best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party and the news. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Truth Tuesday. We are facing yet another obstacle from the House, who doesn't understand the importance of building a wall or a fence, like I called it, a 1,000-mile fence. That was my wording back in 2008. I don't understand why the House is so unhappy about building a fence, but it is clear that Donald Trump's national emergency declaration is a joke. And it's clear that Donald Trump doesn't know how to manage money, let alone how to make a fence happen. Creating an emergency when one doesn't exist is like crying wolf. It just, eventually nobody believes anything you say. And I think that's what we're dealing with Trump. He's been lying incessantly for the past 2 years. 5,000 lies to his record. It's unbelievable how many times he said one thing and then another thing. He said he would never sign the bill to extend government spending unless he got a $5.7 billion amount for the wall. And then he went ahead and signed it anyway. So he lied about that. He lied about presenting his 10 years of tax returns. He said, "I'd gladly show it to all of you." He never showed any of it to anybody. And what's really weird is Mueller never even tried to subpoena Donald Trump for the tax returns, which makes me convinced that Mueller is a shill. Not to mention the fact that Mueller was the guy who signed off on the 9/11 Commission report regarding 9/11 attack, which we still don't know who caused the death of nearly 3,000 people nearly 20 years ago. Yeah, 18 years ago. It's unbelievable. Could we be any more incompetent of a nation if we tried? I mean, it's almost like this is a charade. And we've got the charade leader, or the ringleader of the charade, in the form of Donald Trump. Yet the Democrats can't say anything because they're threadbare. They're worn down from all of his tweets. The Democrats don't know what to do with a guy who lies all the time. Why don't they just call it out for what it is? He's a liar, and so are they. And the two-party system has failed us. Let's be clear here. We don't have any solutions. Nobody represents the American people. You're worried about having to force vaccinate your kids? Don't look to the Democrats. They want to herd inoculate you. Don't look to the Republicans. They'll agree with the Democrats. So you got all kinds of things going against the individual freedoms that you were afforded in the Constitution. The Democrats claim it's politically incorrect to talk about anything regarding race. So in other words, we can't work our way through this. I'm using a program called XSplit. And we are using that program because it's one of the best programs out there, and it was made in China. We paid for the XSplit program just like you would buy a TV set from China. So deal with it. We would never ever receive money from China. But if we have to buy a program that has an unlimited use, and I plan on doing this show for eternity, so I needed an unlimited package, it was well worth the expense. XSplit is a great program. If you haven't checked it out, go to xsplit.com and you can do their trial Get Started program. So other things are happening. A GOP lawmaker tweets warning to Cohen before his public testimony. Now remember, Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani have threatened Cohen's life, according to Cohen. Now, if our government was doing their job, they would be charging Donald Trump with a felony for threatening his life. I don't understand why we're not monitoring the calls going into Cohen. If Donald Trump made a phone call to Michael Cohen and said, we're going to get rid of you, that needs to be made relevant information to the police. We need to get this guy arrested. I mean Trump. But at this point, they're saying Cohen just made it up. I doubt it. Because now other people are threatening him too. Friends of Trump, Trump's allies. And it is witness intimidation. Thank you. U.S. military is watching the Trump-Kim summit for a decision on joint military exercises. And his aide was seen frantically dashing to North Korea's leader's side after arriving in Vietnam for the second summit. Donald Trump is doing this because Lavrov, Russian Minister Lavrov of Russia, set this up. So you're looking at a situation where our country is doing whatever Russia tells them to do. Donald Trump takes his orders from Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin said, we want you to have meet with North Korea, make it look good. And by the way, they don't have any nuclear weapons, Mr. Trump. So last week, Trump was saying that he knew that they didn't have nuclear weapons in North Korea all along because Putin told him to. He told him that. And Trump actually was seen saying that he listened to Putin and he believed Putin. Now, for some reason, he believes Pompeo, his Secretary of State, that they have nuclear weapons. So he's finally listening to somebody after firing a few Secretary of States in order to get here. It's crazy. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Trump is lost. And he most of all doesn't even know that we need to move toward denuclearization, not have a meet and greet, a reach around, and possibly a circle jerk. That's not what we're looking for from Kim Jong-un. And why would you go out of your way to shake the hand of a mass murderer, Donald? What does that make you? All right. We don't do blackface in the show because Mark said that it's not something he wants. It's a terms of service violation, and I won't do it because I don't want to get kicked off of a network that I get free exposure on. Another Democratic governor has pulled the National Guard from the border. You see, this is an example. This is called a mutiny, really, when governors are going against Trump's emergency declaration. 16 states have declared it unlawful. And another Democratic governor pulls National Guard troops from the border. And Beto wants to open the entire border. He wants to get rid of the fencing we have. That guy is a complete dunce. Now, as we move forward, the Democrats are what they're being used to do is weaken our nation and allow illegal immigrants to come into the country. Meanwhile, the Republicans are very good at not handling migrant children. Thousands of migrant children reported sexual abuse while in U.S. custody. They're talking about 4,500 cases of child sex molestation in our government, by our government, under our government's auspices. Trump has done nothing. He hasn't even put a task force together to stop this. Remember I talked about 2,400 children missing? Now it's up to 4,600. Let's take a look here. Thank you. I was just made aware of the slander that's going on. Okay, thank you. We have a removal from the show here. We just spotted slander in the room. Thank you. Thanks for alerting me. Appreciate it. Got it. All right. Thanks. We do not allow slander in the room of any sort. Well, it was in a record, and we definitely saw it. So here we have 4,500 kids that are now being sold into child sex rings. Meanwhile, our government does nothing, which is kind of weird, you know? All right. Well, the fact is, do you even care? I know where we're at as Americans. We're overtaken by this problem of Donald Trump. You see, Trump caught us off guard. No one would ever believe that somebody would lie incessantly, nonstop, every day, and get away with it. So when I've seen this happen before where people have been conned, and they sit there and they're like, I can't believe they just took all my money. They were so nice to me. I'm sure you've seen people like that. That's everybody in America right now, because we're letting a man profit from the White House. Conflict of interest is going on. He's making millions of dollars at his hotel in D.C., which he's simply leasing a USPS room, and he puts some beds up. And he sells the rooms for God knows what, hundreds of dollars daily. No, there won't be any debates here, Tom. And Tom, your affiliation is no longer needed. Thank you. Well, Trump has been a New World Order puppet from the beginning. That's why they're protecting him. That's why Mueller's not asking any serious, pertinent questions of Donald Trump. And that's why Mueller has dropped the file on Manafort. Remember the second court case that Manafort was going to face? That was going to be done in Florida regarding Florida real estate. And they never followed up on it. They gave him a plea agreement. They said he violated the plea agreement, and then some terrible words were said. And then Mueller has written a 900-page request to look at this, but he didn't follow through with it. He had a choice to go through the trial, and he didn't do it because the trial would reveal that Trump has made millions and millions of dollars. They estimate $109 million from overpriced Florida land sales to Russian oligarchs. Trump is not fighting the deep state. He is part of the deep state. Trump has become their manipulative tool. And he's trying to drive a wedge between the right and the left, which is their game, to divide and conquer. Trump is a good foot soldier of the New World Order. They see him as a puppet. Remember, the people that run the world don't even need people like Trump. They could just burn all of us with directed energy weapons if they want. They could fry us where we stand. All of us. They've already shown how they've done it already. I mean, you look at the truthful videos that were brought to us from people that died in the Parkland fire, and all you saw was directed energy weapons frying people. So they're being very nice to put a puppet in charge of the country right now and pretend and lie to you. For you, Trump is your savior, yeah, because he's the next best thing to whatever they tell you you're supposed to follow. Just like the Jews were supposed to listen to Hitler, and they all very kindly went into the death camps, the concentration camps. Very few people protested. So you're lucky you've got Trump, because he's a nice puppet.
On it because your lifer might be understand how well accelerate particles that are being dropped all
I'm saying.
Absolutely. And when we
people are fighting back on the internet all over the world. We're now seeing videotapes of the Athens fire. People were fried in their cars. No one had even time to get out. They literally took a directed energy weapon and etched the ground where they walked or where they were driving their cars. All these cars have been burning at an incredibly high rate, fast, 3,000 degrees. The vehicles were just torched. And we see pictures of these, we can't explain them. Even the alloy metal wheels are melted. Yet, we're willing to just accept the fact that it's a wildfire, it happens. Well, no, Athens was defaulting on their loans. And the New World Order just said, you do not do that to us, we'll fry you. Defaulting on the loans to the European Central Bank was a big no-no for the Grecians, and Athens was torched. It's that simple. These people are willing to commit genocide. Yeah, that's worse than Hitler. Oh yeah, and they're ramping up, putting in conduit of 5G networks all over the place. That's enough wire to fry you and your entire family in your home from a distance. It's called a microwave. Using that wire, they could create a microwave out of the 5G network and burn every single one of us, just like they did the Athenians or the people in Paradise, California. That was a big land grab in Paradise, California. Yeah. But these directed energy weapons are simply torching houses. Look at this. A house was burned in the middle of the forest. You cannot tell me that a wildfire traveled through the forest to get to that house and burned it. That's impossible. Here we have a clip from Scissor Fight. Let's take a look. 12 gauge shell fires a net. Wow. Skynet drone defense. That's pretty cool. So what it does is it shoots a net onto the drone and takes it down. This patented two-part technology will allow any marksman with a 12 gauge shotgun to defend his or her rights, privacy. Yeah, specifically engineered for an aggressive launch and takedown of a flying drone, but in the event of a missed shot, the Skynet parachutes back to Earth slowly and safely, where you can wrap it up and put it back in its holster. That's a pretty cool tool. See, people are already thinking of the dangerous slaughter bots that are coming. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Hey, you got people watching from your casino. That's nice. The global count, it doesn't really matter what you're getting. It's being fragmented by military interference. Are any of you getting large dildos over your screen? If so, tell me. Yeah, because that's one of their techniques. The military hijacks our UHF signals that people kindly rebroadcast, and they put dangling testicles over the show. You're getting that? Really? All right. I figured that was the case. That's why I've equipped my secondary unit to take over the right sector of the show, as opposed to the left sector. All right, so we're coming at you from both sides of the political spectrum now. Double whammy. We're double loaded. So you cannot stop this. You cannot stop it. We won't stop it, and you can't stop it. Well, I heard Oscar-winning activist Spike Lee was having some problems with his bowels the day of the event. So I hope that worked out for him. You know, it's tough when you're sitting up there with a white man telling you what to do, and then you're a black man who's trying to be, cutting edge and great director, Spike Lee. You're living in the white man's world, man. And even white guys can't even get into that world anymore. You got to be Ashkenazi to get in there. Well, I don't need to Google the origin of the pic because I'm just going to use it right now as an illustration. Let's take a look at another picture. The one that you can't debunk with your, well, why don't you Google the location of the event, Dave? Here's the Athens fire. These people were burned in their cars. I think 47 people died that day. We torched this city on rock and roll. We torched this city. Yeah, so Athens didn't make their payment to the European Central Bank, and they got torched. 47 people were burned to death. And you think it's perfectly natural for a wind fire to sweep through and burn everybody in their car without any warning. This is a microwave weapon that did this, folks. Let's look at document number 2. Well, you're wondering, well, how did they do this, Dave? Well, remember War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells? That was about the death ray that Tesla developed. Well, guess what? Donald Trump's uncle John Trump acquired all the technology that Tesla had. And John Trump went into the locker that Tesla had when he died, and they basically raped the locker. Pulled all their info out on the death ray. John Trump, that's not a joke. John Trump was a great nuclear scientist, a relative of the Trump family, and his uncle managed to bring in all that technology. Tesla might as well have been a murderer. He didn't want to check the safety or any of the aspects of these directed energy weapons that people were hit by. He didn't care about sending electricity through the air. He didn't do any human trial studies, and neither did the people running the show here. These were all cars burned by directed energy weapons, beaming down on the ground. Well, I have a lot of pictures. I mean, I can show you metal wheels bending. Look at the alloy wheels bending here. Cars incinerated, alloy wheels melting. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. That was the Greek fire. Yes, Michelle Obama is really a man. Nope, I'm not going to unban Cal Worthington because he just slandered somebody in the show, so he's no longer in the show. His days are numbered. You can't slander people. Your chat is a recorded item in the cloud that is somebody can copy and bring to my attention. I can't, no. He's failed us. Oh, yeah. So you've got something on Ivanka? Yeah, I think I looked at that just for a second. CBS News. We're going to CBS News. My partner here we're working together to bring you the story. Dave 1 and Dave 2. Is it true that Ivanka Trump created millions of jobs? Not really.
Says that her namesake clothing line is shutting down. A spokesperson for the company said that the decision is not related to the brand's performance, but cited challenges to growth since the first daughter stepped away to become a senior White House advisor. In a statement, the first daughter said, quote, "My focus for the foreseeable future will be the work I am doing here in Washington." Elizabeth Segrin is a staff writer at Fast Company who covers the fashion industry, and she joins me now via Skype. So Elizabeth, talk to me a little bit about this, the timing of the announcement. Do we know why this was happening now?
Well, it's very curious, right? Because she's been in this position as White House advisor for 17 months now, and so she could have quit the company then. I mean, she could have closed it down back then, but she chose not to. So we actually think that sales actually did have a role to play here.
I'm sorry, but she didn't create millions of jobs. She exploited millions of Asian people who had to work in sweatshops. I mean, who's kidding who? This is not a story. This is a disaster. I mean, this isn't Tim Gunn and Project Runway. Okay, everybody, let's get ready to look at the Ivanka's line of shoes. Let's just make it work, everyone. I mean, give me a break. She didn't create millions of jobs. Again, Trump lies. Period. Let's not kid ourselves. We're dealing with a total liar. Now, I have never lied at all, which makes this an interesting scenario. A man who's never lied at all, running for president all these years, can't garnish any type of real legitimate support from his own people. That was Tim Gunn. Okay, everybody. I do it really well. But the fact is, you guys chose a liar as opposed to a non-liar. It's just unbelievable. So there's something wrong with your shit detectors, all of you. I don't lie at all. That's my point. I sell myself as not a liar because I'm not a liar. But if you guys want a liar, you watch your country slip into a dark place because that's where it's headed. And I hate to tell you, but our country is not doing well financially, despite what others are saying. The word shit is now acceptable. It's been a non-censored word for the past 17 years. You should get with the program. Plasma balls, undisclosed plasma funnels are becoming more common? No. Plasma funnels and plasma balls are happening because of directed energy weapons. Phased array radar triangulated to create vortexes. Any idiot would know that. These aren't naturally occurring things, and they don't happen naturally. Plasma rays and plasma balls. I can show you some plasma balls, but believe me, I'd rather show you a mountain of garbage. Now, tomorrow we're going to be working on whittling this down on Wasteful Wednesday. We'll start with one little piece, and we'll go from there, you know. So I came up with a way in which we could get rid of this garbage, and that is, let's use directed energy weapons on it, you know. Like War of the Worlds. Yeah, let's just zap that garbage. I mean, if you're going to use that weapon, you might as well use it on the garbage, right? Trump is mounting a massive amount of non-recyclable crap on our harbors across the country because he's created a trade war with China. And in as much as Trump thinks he can easily win a trade war with China, you notice he hasn't made any migration forward with China over the past 2 months. You notice how there's been no real solutions? Because he continues to claim that Meng, the CFO for Huawei, the 5G Asian telecommunications company, has somehow committed a crime by selling telecommunications to Iran. That is the biggest crock of crap I've ever seen. Donald Trump needs to drop those charges against Meng if he wants to proceed with a good, solid trade relationship with China. It's a no-brainer. They're angry. They're livid. Their top industrialist and telecommunication leader is, being held back. Doesn't like it. Second of all, the 5G network is really something we should test in America before we deploy it, because I have a feeling if we deploy the 5G network ahead of China, chances are we'll all be fried by then. Yeah, it's no doubt a plan to put so many energy items in our space that all of us will probably end up becoming victims of brain cancer. They found a link between cell phones and cordless phones holding next to your head and brain cancer. I'm sorry to say it. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that. So if you're not taking my advice and cutting back on Trump is landing in Hanoi for his meet and greet and circle jerk with Kim Jong-un. He loves him now. They're going to have a private session, probably in like a massage parlor or something. I don't know. Is Donald going to give him a back rub, or how's that work? Who's on top and who's on the bottom? Is Donald the pitcher or the catcher in this relationship? Half of your brain is cooked. Yeah. Well, the other one's going to go too, man. Monarch, we knew you couldn't come into the show. Your time has lasted only so long. I don't believe this is in any way caused by our natural occurrences. Plasma funnels are not natural. Okay, a very bad quality photograph here. It's nighttime and they're using low light equipment. That looks better. Okay, our president is reaching the North Korean. Hopefully, everything will be fine, and he won't be held he won't be held back in Hanoi. I can recall the last person that was stuck in Hanoi. I believe his name was John McCain. He was in a POW camp. Hopefully, they're not driving Donald to a POW camp right now. The 5G's killing birds too. Did you hear in Amsterdam? They tried a 5G mast out, and 297 birds dropped like dead flies everywhere. It's totally untested software, and zealots are pushing this stuff across the world. In America, we've got a real nutcase for a chairman. Our chairman of the FCC, Tom Wheeler. He's over the top. His mind is so hooked on. His mind is so hooked on the idea of 5G everywhere that Tom Wheeler is no longer, I think, relevant. He's got some issues that just seem completely off base. So these are the directed energy weapons I was talking about, in case you were wondering. Yeah, it's... And when you look at the wiring going into the cell towers, it's completely unnecessary, because cell phone communications, like a standard cell phone, actually take 50,000 cell phone calls and go from Seattle to LA. The amount of energy that they use to do that, because digital signals are so compacted, is no more than the wiring in your microwave oven. and the electricity it uses is about equal to your microwave oven, 1,000 watts. Why would we be putting this type of copper in our cell phone systems? Why would the 5G network even be needed when we've got perfectly good download speeds right now with everything we're watching? Doesn't make any sense, does it? And didn't they open up bandwidth when they got rid of the analog signal and brought in digital communications back in 2009? What did they do with that bandwidth? Well, I have it on first-hand knowledge that the military hijacked that bandwidth. And I talked to a guy in the telecommunications industry. He said the military is using all that bandwidth that we gave up when we used to have channels 1 through 13 on our analog TVs. So they've got more than enough bandwidth. They've got more than enough high-speed communications. Why would they want wiring at that level? Because they want to fry us. They want to turn us all into crispy critters. Yeah. These are real photographs, folks, of these things were used in California against houses. They are real pics, yes. This is not make-believe. They really do have weapons of mass destruction. And they're willing to commit genocide, like in Paradise, California, thousands of people died. You know how I know that Paradise was a cover-up? I know that it was a cover-up because the death count was at 88, and then it went down to 83. How do you lose 5 people in your official death count? And now the official death count's up to 85. Wow. They're lying about thousands of people being dead in Paradise. I believe these people have committed genocide, and I believe that they're using the government to cover it up, and that's why there's no oversight by our government into directed energy weapons whatsoever. Yeah, I saw that Trump takes credit for everything. Yeah, we played that the other night. It's kind of funny.
Does a tremendous job, and we don't get credit for it. We've already signed 88 pieces of legislation. We get no credit. Legislative approvals, for which I'm given no credit. I have cut billions and billions of dollars off plane contracts sitting here. Do they give me credit? No.
Do I get credit for saving $1 billion? Not really.
Nobody's going to give me credit, but that's okay, because the people know. Well, we've established a very good relationship. We're given no credit for it. I'm getting a lot of credit for what we're doing foreign. I'm the only person in the history of our country that could really decimate ISIS. Everybody gives me credit for decimating ISIS. You got to pay up. You got to pay more.
The Secretary General gave you the credit.
He gave me all of the credit.
Look at the economy.
Take a look.
Are you getting the credit?
No, I'm not getting enough credit for it.
Okay, we enough talk about Trump and his lies. Yeah,
you've got people who will see that offer from the Democrats, from the progressive Democrats, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Here's the Green New Deal. Here's a guarantee of a job. And think, yeah, that's what I want. That's simple. What do you say to those people?
I don't think most Americans in their heart want to be given something. I've spent a lot of time traveling around this country over the last 4 years. People want to work for what they get. So I think this...
Beep, wrong. People don't want to work for what they get. People want free money. How can you see? This is why this woman is totally out of touch with reality. How many of you really want to work? Press 1. And Howie lost 129 jobs, so he can't really speak on that note. Now, you probably do want to work. Some of you do. But for most people, I don't think they want to work. A Spade, we want to work, yeah. Not a lot of people want to work. I'm not sure where she's coming from. Is that why she exploited all those people to make her shoes in Guatemala or in China? Yeah, Captain Coons doesn't want to work at all. He just wants free money. Well, lucky for you, I have upped our monthly allowance from $400 per month to $505 per month per U.S. adult citizen who's not receiving disability or Social Security. We're going to offer you $505. Because Kamala Harris is offering $500. She stole my idea, and I upped it $5. She could have gone to the tie maker like Trump. He could have gone to the tie maker I have right here. This tie maker made ties just like Trump's, but they made them in the United States. Made in the United States. It says right on the label. You can't see it, but it's very small, made in the United States. And this is a Broletto. Yeah. They didn't go outside the country like China, like Trump did and Ivanka did to make these things. We've got textile companies in America, but they choose to hire and exploit labor overseas. They purposely look for cheap labor. This is how these industrial capitalists operate. She can hide behind her a massive amount of mascara, which I think her stylist should tell her, Ivanka, you've got enough mascara on. You don't want to look like some Mexican woman who's looking for a date with 14 guys. Because there are women that dress like that in Mexico looking for dates in Juarez. I know.
This idea of a guarantee.
You got beautiful eyes. Why do you have to decorate it with plastic like that, you know? Like a raccoon, I know. I know, Ace Spade. You would do that in between your job. Okay, Michael Jackson, as you know, has made a return, and he's still alive. We played his video last night. Yes, Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch relisted for $31 million, 70% off. So Michael's desperate for money. His faking his death must have cost a lot of serious cash. Poor Michael. Here he was, seen last February, beginning of the month, in a videotape.
I like your MySpace as well. And I'm going to leave you a poem that I wrote a few months ago. I think you'd like it. It's called Behind the Mask. Don't judge a leaf by its color. Be at my side and call me brother. Never leave when I'm alone. Walk with me till I get home. Some people say they cannot figure what is normal, what is bigger. But what is normal? Is it a bird? A silent creature that can be heard? Stick with me through black and blue. You'll see my colors big and true. But if you don't, then you're not you. A splash of light in heaven's dew. Do you feel the crunch of autumn leaves? Do you notice what I need? A bit of life, a kiss of love. Show me here what lies above. Behind the mask, there's only me, a blissful true identity, a single face, a wondrous place, and true right to my entity.
Okay, so take a look at the hair net that he wears over his face when he goes out. Now, and we'll talk about this in a second. Here, let me get a picture of it here. He's wearing it. They're going to put it on right now. Here it is. They're going to put it on over his face when he goes out, see? It's like a hair net.
I like it.
All right, so why would Michael Jackson fake his own death? Well, for one, you can. There's no law against it. Number two, it immediately got rid of any kind of allegations of child pedophilia. But now they're coming out. And a documentary has just arrived where they're talking about remembering Neverland. And his family just filed a $100 million lawsuit against the documentary, claiming it's disparaging and it violates their contract. So somebody's pulling the strings over at the Michael Jackson team, and I have a feeling it's Michael Jackson himself. He's coming out again, folks. He's going to be talking. I wouldn't doubt he makes an appearance eventually. Yeah, he faked his death to get out from under allegations of child molestation. It's pretty obvious. I mean, come on. They nearly got him in Santa Barbara, and he's been able to squash all that evidence, all the stuff, the porno magazines, the kitty whatever. All that was completely suppressed. Santa Barbara won't release it because they got a lot of money from the Michael Jackson estate. Yeah. Remember they were going to show all that stuff, and they never did. No, they never showed it. They just said they were showing it. They never showed a single amount of that material that they found there. Now, we know that from testimony, Michael even said he was feeding them Jesus juice. So these allegations of pedophilia, I think, are flushing him out. One of the common links in the pedophile mindset is they want to normalize their behavior. And when they can't normalize it, they try to escape from it. Nobody believed he died of propofol. I mean, Dr. Murray, he only got 13 months in jail in a low security prison. He even had a chance to write love letters to Paris Jackson during the entire time. Apparently, Dr. Murray's in love with Paris Jackson. I'm not making any of this up. So Michael Jackson's got to be behind the scenes, pulling the strings, and now suing a $100 million lawsuit for breach of contract for Remember Neverland. All I can say is that he's done an amazing job with his hairnet he pulls over his face. Nobody sees him, you know. They've got it covered. So if you see a guy shopping in your local area with a hairnet and you want to get the selfie of a lifetime, run over there and lift the hairnet and take a picture with Michael, and I swear that will be worth a fortune. You know, they want to normalize all this behavior. Macaulay Culkin spent nights with him. He took in Dave under his wing. But the truth is, when we outed Michael Jackson with a mask on, and we showed you a video a couple of months, actually a year ago, with a mask on, and talked about how he was behaving as Dave, he immediately canceled his Dave character, and Dave miraculously died in a hospital in Las Vegas, you know, where things happen. You send enough money and you get things done in Vegas. You know, you want to die in Vegas, you got to die in Vegas. Whatever happens, you know. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas on backup hard drives with videotape. So if you're having a private life, you know, you think is private, they've got you on photograph. Let's see what we have here. Okay, we got another one. Thank you for reporting this. That post is, wow. Okay, thank you. There we go. Goodbye. Trump is prepared for North Korean negotiations, yes. He doesn't want to do anything but have a good time with North Korean President Kim Jong-un, yes. I don't do North Korean voices because I'm not familiar with their language. It's the same language as South Korea, but it's more guttural. It's less, more of a. I can't even do Korean. Have you ever heard a Korean family have an argument? It's amazing. They bark at each other. I mean, it's like. Very, very demonstrative language. Captain Coons, you just exposed yourself. Don't say anything that would be in any way exposing, because you'll be banned immediately. Yeah, if you're going to be a troll, you got to play it really cool. Some of these people in our show were originally trolls when they came in here, and they gradually became adapted to our chat and started to learn how to say things that kept them in the chat room. Once you expose your true identity as a troll, you're out. And we've even had long-standing viewers who come in here, and I've even banned them if they expose their gross negativity about what we're doing. I try to remain positive through this whole process, but with trolls like that, it's kind of hard to. Yeah, you're from the early era of trolling. So the House is moving to overturn the emergency declaration, but it's never been done. This precedent is they're in La La Land, and they've got a woman who can barely even get up in the morning and do her hair, leading the Democratic parade.
Your oath of office.
Okay. Nancy Pelosi.
Is your oath of office to Donald Trump, or is your oath of office to the Constitution of the United States?
Well, if our oath of office was to the Constitution of the United States, we would probably have you impeached for making $120 million working as a representative and servant of the people. So you wouldn't have a job if we were holding to the Constitution, Nancy. You'd be fired. You're fired. So we're getting some pointers on the Korean language. Let's listen to it.
Do you have cock? Remember cock? Please give me cock. Oh, please give me cock. I want a cock. Please give me cock. Do you have cock? Remember cock? Please.
Okay, I don't know if that's a correct pronunciation in Korean. Let me go to my Korean translation here. We'll find out definitively. We have the Google Translate tool. We're going to put the word Coke and read it and translate it into Korean. Let's take a look. But in the meantime, this is your listening pleasure. Continue.
Please give me cock. Oh, please give me cock.
It's not pronounced that way, ma'am. It's Coke. Yeah, it's Coke. And it's not the kind of Coke people snort like in North Korea. Okay, let's start again, shall we? Let's start. We're going to write Coke. And we're going to put it in Korean. Let's see if this is correct. Thank you. And pronounce it.
Coke.
Koche. Koche. See?
Coke.
Koche. So she had incorrectly pronounced it cock. Right. Now the word Coke implies a drink. It could also be slang for cocaine. Also the primary ingredient in crack cocaine. Hello there, DT Laura. Welcome. Now there are products in the market called cock, but they're spelled C-A-U-L-K. Cock, like cock around your windows. All right, just we want to make sure everyone knows this is not
Coke.
Now that's the English language is English and it's pronounced
cock.
Exactly. That is correct. See? That is the correct spelling of what she's saying. So
Cock.
Coke is the other. Are we done with this? You sidetracked me for a while. Thank you. This is from Detroit News, a story about gay rights leader accused of burning down a home. Okay, this is going to be hard to take. As you know, I have a zero tolerance for excessive gayness. Yeah, it's not like I want to mainstream the deviant behavior. I'm not openly in favor of LGBTQ, you know. Okay. Okay, hang on. Nikki Jolly, transgender activist, arrives in court with defense attorney Daniel Barnett in circuit court in Jackson to face Judge John McBain on Friday. Is granted a continuance. Jolie is charged with arson in connection with a fire in his home that killed 5 pets. Wow. Nikki Jolie is the transgender activist that's kind of built like Pat, you know. I'm Pat. Oh. No, I'm not going to give you extra trans rights. No. You've already got enough tranny rights right now. I mean, I definitely think that you shouldn't be discriminated against. But it's popular among the butch community to wear ties that long. So, Saudi, I don't think you're too happening with the butch community. So I'm saying Kamala is as if the I in Apex stood for Italian. They'd be calling it a mafia organization. A bunch of Italians in Congress sending billions of dollars to Italy for military aid. We couldn't get away with that shit. Yeah, James Gandolfini, wonderful guy. Dead from cocaine and 4,000 calories in his stomach. I am not part of the butch community. I know some lesbians consider me a very, very much a manly man. I am not racist against Italians, nor do I in any way imply that I am like Tony Montana or Tony Soprano or any of these people. We're back to that again? That's a bannable offense. Jeez. According to Sam Valkman, more people have become gay thanks to social media because social media makes you more attracted to that which is the same as you. You might be right. You know, Howie's been permabanned in the show, and he continues to be permabanned. His accounts will be permabanned forever and ever. He'll never make it out of permaban. I'm doing okay. Thanks. How many times have we banned you? I swear Mark is unbanning everybody. I banned the Pharaoh. I banned the dignitary. I banned all these people. Well, Milka, you've been one of the biggest victims of bannable offenses, so you would know. I don't know why you keep coming back. You must like abuse. Are you some sort of a Satanist? Or a masochist? Are you a satanic masochist? Okay, we're going to talk about bulldozers sitting idle at the border amid legal confusion over Trump's emergency. Now, if this was an operation that environmental protection, waste management could take care of a problem at the border a lot easier than this ridiculous Donald Trump guy. You know what I'm talking about? Bulldozers are sitting idle at the border amid legal confusion over Trump's emergency. I mean, why did he call it an emergency? I mean, all he had to do was send 50,000 troops to the border, and that is an emergency. You don't even have to worry about it. And Trump has the right and the ability as commander-in-chief of the U.S. military to send 50,000 troops to the U.S. border. I don't understand why he would even declare an emergency. He's getting bad advice from somebody in the Republican Party. I swear these people are dumb. They're stupid. Look at Kellyanne Conway. Oh my goodness. Have you seen her talk? Oh my, how could she even stay in the White House? I bet she's wearing knee pads or something. How else would she be able to Kellyanne Conway speaks. And she likes to do rhymes with words. She's got some pretty good. I'm a victim of sexual assault. No, I'm going to go with, Kellyanne Conway. I'm a victim of sexual assault. Let's hear it. Was she assaulted? Because I don't think that's appropriate for me to talk about her in a way that would be, inappropriate. Kelly is beautiful. What world are you living in?
I feel very empathetic, frankly, for victims of sexual assault, sexual harassment, and rape. That I'm a victim of sexual assault. I don't expect Judge Kavanaugh.
Whoa. Well, has she ever told it? How she's a victim? Or did she have to kneel down for the Donald? Oh, Kelly, could you go over and assume the position of the kneeling pad next to the Oval Office chair there? Yeah. She stuck her spike heels in the White House couch, you know that. She seems like Trump's Monica. She's like an everything girl. She's a jack of all trades, so to speak. The new research suggests that a controversial gene editing experiment to make children resistant to HIV may have also enhanced their ability to learn and form memories. Are you just making that up? I almost believe that that's just a cover for the fact that they're feeding kids fluoride everywhere and they're making them retarded. No, the matter means $505 per month is coming to you. It's a gift from the U.S. government if you want it. When I become president, we're going to allocate money to all the U.S. citizens who aren't collecting any money right now. Call it a tax break if you want. I don't care. Call it a $6,000 tax break. Whatever. I don't even care. The little baby infant's brains. China's CRISPR twins might have had their brains inadvertently enhanced. Yeah. No, I'm going to pass on that one. I don't believe it. Oh, sweet. Okay, Newsweek.com, Earth's atmosphere falling apart. Good to know. Not that we can do anything about it. I mean, obviously, the two-party system sits back and does absolutely nothing to stop the pollution. RT ran the story, and now Newsweek picked it up. They're claiming Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. Are these the same people that told us that they could go to the moon anytime they want, they just choose not to? Oh yeah, this is the fake moon department.
Just as gravity is key to how things move on Earth, a process called magnetic reconnection is key to how charged particles speed through space. The more we understand how those particles are accelerated, the better we can protect our spacecraft and astronauts.
Bullshit! Excuse me. Gesundheit. Bullshit. My position on Scientology. I believe that people have the right to freedom of religion of any sort. I don't think talking about women and how he smelled women was very funny. It was more of a distraction in the show. It lowered our IQ by about 20 points, our collective IQ. I don't consider that beneficial to the show. In case you didn't know, I'm in charge of the show, and Howie's not. Thank you. Revealed, a suburban daycare owner posted a $100,000 bail for accused child rapist R. Kelly. Wow. She owns a daycare. Valencia Love, 47 of Romeoville, Illinois, posted the $100,000 bail for accused child rapist R. Kelly on Monday. Love owns a number of restaurants, including Love on the Blue, as well as a child care facility, the Lord and Child Christian Daycare. She's listed her relationship with Kelly as a friend on the Cook County record, and she submitted with her payment. I just help out a friend. If he's guilty, let him pay for it through the court, said Love. Kelly is released from prison just after 5 and went to McDonald's for dinner, stopping along the way to pick up a mystery woman, probably her. He was joined by members of his team and the wife of his doctor. Yeah. Well, I'm not here to claim that R. Kelly is guilty of anything. Although I understand the PP video is out there and people are wondering what the hell this guy's all about, man. And I don't think it's just okay for a man to push himself on 10 or so young women underage. It's wrong. He tried to touch me, R. Kelly, really? Well, no, I should sound like a 79's black man. That's what the sound came from. It was from a great rap song, Sugar Hill and the Gang. We go hip, hop, the hip it, the hip it, the hip, hip, the hop. You don't stop rocking till the band stops playing. Sing up, chuck, the boogie to the band, the boogie to beat. We go hee-bop, roo-bop, Scooby-Doo. Guess what, America? I love you. Yo, Dave, you watch the chat on Periscope? Only when I have to report users. Why? Because right now I'm reporting users over there. I had a person supporting Bernie earlier and a person supporting a lot lizard earlier. I had to remove them. Well, thank you, man. My time as a rapper in the 70s was short-lived. I can do rap, baby. It's cool. You come in here for freedom of speech, and that's what I deliver. You see, I don't believe that I should talk a certain way, and you can't force me to be a certain way. That's what makes us a free country, and we're free in our mind. People die for democracy, fighting for democracy. Well, the fact is we don't talk about that person here other than to reference the doxer. The guy who, he took us out of YouTube. Our YouTube live show was taken out by a gang stalking activity, which I'm reporting to the police. But YouTube won't respond to my request to be undeleted from my live show. My God, what have I continued to do? Well, I don't know. Maybe you're giving pictures to Fries. She's liking them. Yeah, does I Love Fries post a picture? No, she doesn't even have a photo on her account. Dave, do you think that the Robert Kraft is part of the elitist human trafficking ring? You know, I don't. I believe that Robert Kraft was probably just caught in a massage parlor. He's a single 77-year-old man, and a woman, I assume, offered him a happy ending, and he got stuck in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think they're making a big deal about Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, because they are trying to skirt the news away from Jeffrey Epstein. Because the news keeps talking about how Jeffrey Epstein is getting a free light sentence. Only 1 year he got from our Labor Secretary Acosta when he was a federal judge. Many people are saying that was completely wrong. In fact, Acosta cut the deal without informing the victims of human trafficking, which is illegal. You can't cut a plea deal without talking to both the plaintiff and the defendant. Jeffrey Epstein was the defendant in the case, plaintiff being the 60 young girls that he trafficked for sex. Okay, Zero Hedge. Colorado moves bypass electoral college, stop Trump will assign electoral votes. Yeah, he's just a lonely old guy. I would release Robert Kraft immediately. The whole thing is ridiculous. We need to decriminalize prostitution. There's no reason why we should have a criminal charge against prostitutes. It's the oldest profession in the world, and it's certainly not helping matters by making him afraid to get a test, at an STD test at a clinic. Colorado moves to bypass Electoral College to stop Trump. Will assign Electoral College votes to popular vote winner. Certain political elements within the United States simply can't deal with the fact that our founders created a voting system that ensured limitations on mob rule stemming from a handful of cities throughout the country. To protect the rights of all Americans, including those living in smaller rural counties, they came up with the Electoral College, a method by which all Americans from varying backgrounds and ideologies can be represented during a presidential election. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, garnered more total votes by 3 million, but because of an Electoral College victory, Trump ultimately became president. Trump won because the Russians helped him win. Now, why we didn't have another election is really an example of how corrupt our country really is. They don't want another election because they want to keep Trump in there. We're just going to keep banning you, man. It's more of a hobby for me. I don't know you. I have no idea who you are. Hillary helped him win? I don't know if that's true. I think Hillary was probably most hurt by the statement that James Comey made and his attempt to claim that he was giving a look at, he was opening up a criminal case against Hillary Clinton 11 days before the actual election. That's what really hurt her. Now, I'm not a big Hillary fan, as you know, because obviously she's corrupt, in my mind, and there's no way that she would be able to defend herself in a good cross-examination on both Benghazi and her Haitian involvement with the Clinton Foundation. If I were allowed to cross-examine her, I would probably rip her entire statement and her behavior to shreds. But I'm not an attorney, so I can't do that. But anyone could theoretically cross-examine her. If they could assign me special prosecutor. I don't need to be an attorney to be a special prosecutor. No, everything's looking good. You're not allowed to actually make critical remarks. It's a bannable offense to make critical remarks about my hair, but I'm going to give you a mute. Right. You're probably one of those people that believe that we that we have a picture of the Earth from out in space. We don't. This is a photograph that was altered by NASA. It was never a real photograph. They've never been outside of the Earth's atmosphere far enough to take a photograph of the Earth. But because NASA lied to us and didn't tell us the truth, many of you believe that somehow the Earth is flat. And what that is an attempt by our government to make you into a kind of a brain-dead idiot. This would be the Earth in your mind. Oh, I'm sorry, I went with the wrong position. We'll try the flat-tard position. Okay, that's the flat-tard position for the Earth. Yeah, so that's the Earth according to the flat-tards. The Earth is round, just like all the other planets, the celestial planets in our infinite universe. Hey, we got a documentary on CDC forced to reveal documents proving thimerosal vaccine preservative causes autism. Great. I hope this is a good video, but I don't trust anything from Natural News. Mike Adams, the Rump Ranger. I don't know, man. The Health Ranger. There's something a little bit weird about that guy. Well, where's the video? It says there's a video there. Let's see it. Nope, no video. Well, good to know, though. Mike Adams, the Rump Ranger. Health Ranger.
Slow. This is the InfoWar. I came knocking on your door 1,000,000 times, and you laughed at me.
Yes, we did. We laughed at you. there is a definite proven link between autism and vaccinations. In 2014, the Yale University did a fantastic investigation into the high incidence among black boys who were getting standard vaccinations. 38% increase in the MMR vaccination in autism. 38%. It's significant, and it's more than just a small iteration of variation. It's 38% is huge. Yeah, over 80% of kids getting vaccinated are getting autism. I wouldn't doubt that. You know what's really interesting is, here's a stat that'll blow your mind, in case you're wanting kids. And I don't want kids because of obviously what's happening. Okay, you're trying to give me a documentary? Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. All right, I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are concerned about having children because you're out of here. Because by 2030, 85% of all kids will have autism or ADHD. So in roughly 11 years, 85% of all children will be autistic or ADHD. That to me begs for a study of the environment and all the different things affecting kids. There's no way we can ignore that. And now it's a fact, Jack. Now, if you want to see a really good video about vaccines, go ahead and check out Vaxxed. It's on the internet, VAXXED. It shows Dr. Thompson recording of him talking about how they suppressed studies just to get vaccines passed. And recently, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on record talking about how the vaccines themselves haven't been tested for 30 years. 30 years. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. isn't lying, and neither is the Vax video. So you people who've bought the CDC BS and the FDA BS are listening to not the Food and Drug Administration, you're listening to the Fraud and Death Administration. They're basically killing people and forcing vaccinations on kids because they want kids to be brain dead. Well, it looks like they're ensuring that the whole country will be brain dead so that if we are being hosed, no one will know the difference. I just want to know more exactly why Kellyanne Conway was sexually abused. I mean, I don't know specifically what this was.
Or Jake Tapper or Jeff Flake or anybody to be held responsible for that. I'm a victim of sexual assault. I don't expect Judge Kavanaugh or Jake Tapper.
What was her? I want to know. I mean, I don't know. Does anybody know? You're brain dead because you're unable to actually formulate a thought that's coherent. If you can prove that in chat, we'll keep you in here. Yeah. Okay, this is an expose of the fake news BBC. 1 hour. It's a Tommy Robbins thing. Tommy Robinson is a guy who is his name he goes by, but he's been fighting the grooming of boys by mullahs in the Muslim faith. They're trying to get boys to be sex puppets for their sex rights. Apparently in Sharia law you can molest children. It's perfectly okay. So Tommy Robinson is exposing this. That'll be good. We'll take a look at it. And they don't want to cover this up because, frankly, there's a lot of pedophiles in our government that want that to happen. Yeah. Yes. It sounds pretty messed up, doesn't it, Moving Nerd? Yeah. Well, Penn and Teller, I'm sure, would be a great act to watch if you wanted to, look at a couple of magicians. But I wouldn't rely on them for political views. No, vaccines cause autism. I think you may be a victim because you said autism causes vaccination. I don't think women should do that, no. You didn't know that Penn and Teller were magicians? Okay. I saw Penn and Teller when they were just young little kids. They hardly even started their act. I'm way older than they are. I wonder how old Penn is. Let's see. Penn of Penn and Teller. Yes, his birth 1948. Wow, he's 71. Teller is. Oh, I guess they're older than me. Okay, I stand corrected. They're way older than me. He lost a lot of weight, though. Yeah. All right, I think we're covered now. I don't really care. Okay, that'll be in our show tonight in our lineup. Great. So this new strange magnetic phenomenon they're claiming they discovered. Let's take a peek. You're traveling through the known universe.
Spheric Multiscale Spacecraft, or MMS, has discovered magnetic reconnection occurring in a new and surprising way near Earth. Typically, images of our planet from space.
So this is what you're paying for. You're paying for really high-end photographic fakery. Bernie Sanders is a moocher. He's a professional moocher. He sucks money out of everybody he can. They say that Bernie took Hillary's limousines and rode every single one of them and loved it. When he was a young man, he used to go into refrigerators, rifling through the refrigerators to grab all the best food products out of their houses in Vermont. People have written about Bernie. He's the moocher. Plus, he never worked till he was 45 years old. No, 45, not 40. He was 45 when he first got his first job. Yeah, he stole their food out of the refrigerator. Bernie had his honeymoon in the 1980s in the Soviet Union. Who does that? He bragged about what a great country Cuba was under Castro. I mean, Bernie Sanders should probably be arrested for anti-American activities by the McCarthy Foundation. But they're not doing that anymore. The investigation into anti-American activities subsided when Joe McCarthy quit his job. Yeah, Bernie's been known as he took enough to buy two $600,000 houses he got out of the Democratic Party. They gave him something, I know that. And he got enough money from that, and he also bought an Audi R8, but the most recent photo of Bernie showed some sort of facial cancer of some sort. Let me see if I have a photograph of him. Hang on. Yeah, I saw him at a rally recently, and he had some large blotch on his face. Maybe it's gone now. Yeah. Well, I hope he went to a skin doctor. That's good. It's hard to look at pictures of Bernie. It's like, does anyone really want to walk down a nursing home and look at all the people that are laying in state, waiting to die? Yeah. Bernie's repeating the CIA talking points on Venezuela. Watch this.
So here is the tweet that people are talking about Bernie Sanders. The people of Venezuela are enduring a serious humanitarian crisis caused by the United States and Saudi Arabia. The Maduro government must put the needs of its own people first. What? And you have evidence that they're not? Bernie, if you have evidence that they're not, would you share it with us? Or are you just repeating stuff that Elliot Abrams and John Bolton say? That's what Bernie's doing.
Yeah.
Allow humanitarian aid into the country. You know that's how they put fucking guns and weapons into the country, Bernie. You know that's what Elliot Abrams already did.
Yeah, so the people of Venezuela are enduring a serious humanitarian crisis. The Maduro government must put the needs of its people first, allow the humanitarian aid into the country, and refrain from violence against protesters. Maduro is doing the right thing by not allowing aid to come into the country, because remember, these people, these Goldman Sachs scumbags that are trying to, fuel a war, they're conducting an economic hit against Venezuela. And Bernie's just standing up for the New World Order by mentioning that. I agree. I know, Jimmy Dore, set it up, but I really don't care. I'm just here every night providing daily support for my my hairstyle. I'm really just a life support system for my hair. Don't allow any aid. This isn't a wig. This is my real hair. Tomorrow's Wig Wednesday, though. We'll try out a few wigs. But yeah, I really believe that. Yeah, I know he's telling on you, and it's for rightfully so. You can't make fun of people here. Yeah. And this attack on Scissor Fight, my mod, is going to have to stop. If you continue it, you won't have a place in here. I thought I made myself clear. The Yale study on anorexia nervosa and obsessive compulsive disorder is not the study. There is an autism study in 2014. I'll pull it up for you later. Well, Sarah has to be around kids, and you never know what kids have. She got a call the other day saying one of the kids might have lice. And everybody freaks when they hear about lice. I'm not making that statistic up. I'll find it some other time. We don't know. The NRT guy was the T. Rucker plant that was stuck in here pretending to be a normal guy. Remember, everybody whose Mark is allowing into our chat room at Vaughn is a T. Rucker supporter. The ones that aren't just got lucky. But we can't allow people to come in here under the same assumed name every night and attack our show. It just doesn't work that way. So you believe Nancy Pelosi is not mixing her booze with benzos, but she's getting the beginnings of Alzheimer's? I think she's really that into power that she doesn't want to in any way relinquish it. There's no way that Nancy Pelosi is going to say, "I'm incompetent." She's just incompetent. Da 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 competent. She's just incompetent. What about Oprah? Yeah. Apparently the stock value of Weight Watchers went up when Oprah decided to join the force.
A powerful growth and how powerfully
Okay, you better not run for president, Oprah. You can't assemble a single statement. Not a good idea. Nobody's died in the U.S. from measles that I know of. They're mostly worldwide deaths that you're describing due to bad health care. Most people who get measles die from pneumonia. The cause of death is not measles. Look it up. Bernie has a case of rosacea, and that might be the reason why he's developing spots on his face. Rosacea is common among people who suck butt and eat crap. No, did I say that? I'm sorry. There's no known reason why people get rosacea. It's a common skin disease, often begins with a tendency to blush or flush more easily than other people. But the redness can slowly spread beyond the nose and cheeks to the forehead and chin, even the ears, chest, and back, and all can be red. Rosacea. Thank you. I'm not a doctor. I'm just reciting from the internet. I would like to see if I can find that picture of Bernie with his malignant face. Bernie? Let's take a look. First sign of a dip in your immunity is mucus production. Generally nose and mouth. Good to know. That mucus apparatus is what makes you, kind of resist, fight illness. All right, here we go. Here's the picture of his face. Just right after when he announced his run for the presidency, he has some sort of a spot on his face right here. See it?
After his strong showing, Bernie Sanders has announced that he's running for president. The official announcement came Tuesday morning. There's been
widespread speculation that he has some sort of cancer on his face. Yeah, you see the face, I'll enlarge it, is something on his face. I think it looks like basal cell carcinoma. But this happens quite frequently when you're getting really old and you have a history of being, perverted toward women. That's not an H spot. That's definitely something needs to be looked at. Well, I wish him all the luck. Now that he's making $2.3 million on his book sales, he's pretty much in the 1%. So it's not like he can represent you, the American people. All I can tell you is that he doesn't talk about direct energy weapons. He won't talk about the dangers of vaccines. He won't even talk about chemtrails and the incessant spraying they're doing above our heads, creating climate change. Bernie won't talk about GMOs, the dangers of genetically modified food in our diet, which could lead to cancer. Bernie won't take on any serious issues like why we're supporting a coup against Maduro, a man who won a fair and square election. Well, if they're grooming Bernie for 2020, they might as well just prop up any corpse, because that's about what we're looking at there. The reason why they don't want a person with my virility and youthful look is because they want some old guy who they can manipulate, who's probably, got serious financial concerns. They got dirt on his wife, I know that. That case against her didn't just disappear for nothing. It looks like she took out a huge loan against lack of collateral, which is a Class C felony. You've been removed from the show. Did somebody hear, we talked about this last night, somebody said that John Travolta was going to be running for president. I was quite amazed. I didn't realize that John Travolta even had a plan to run for anything. I knew that they were morphing into something, but turning Our Lady Liberty into a homosexual is not what I call a big achievement. No, it was a crescent moon last night. I'm not sure. Or it was a half moon last night. And then pushing some nutcase to get a Netflix bid of $10 million, a woman who's a veritable dunce who doesn't even understand economics. I need to go contact Boston University and find out if she really did get a degree from Boston U. I'm going to contact, they'll probably tell me they won't give me any information on her. I think Richard Simmons should run for president. I think he'd be a real shoo-in. He seems like a guy who could really relate to people. This is the last known picture of Richard Simmons. Okay, everybody! Run, 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 run! Whatever. But all these dunces and idiots are coming in front of us, and it's like, why? Yeah, I'm looking for John Travolta. Hold, please. John. Yeah, we have a great picture of him here. Check this out. So if you're going to run for president, John Travolta, you better be ready for people to call you gay. Because, frankly, that's pretty gay. It matches this picture right here. See? The humans in this picture are engaged in what is called kissing. Hello to New York. New York's AEMT. Welcome, everybody. Travolta and pal ready for takeoff. There he is. Bye. Bye, lover. Yeah, so is that what you want, some deviant as your president? Go right ahead. I agree, man's total effect on global warming is 2%. But evildoers' contribution to global warming is more like 3,000%. This is serious. That's global warming right there. Putting up cell towers that heat up the atmosphere and alter the magnetosphere. That's climate change. Dumping massive chemicals in the air above us. That's not 2%. That's significantly changing the magnetosphere. They are purposely engineering climate change. That's what we're dealing with. If you don't want to come to that conclusion, then go ahead and live in a dream world and vote Democrat, Republican, and watch yourself die of cancer and wonder why you could have stopped it. I see people who don't understand the simplicity of what's happening just unaware. I think we have a battle of awareness, not to denigrate anybody here. I think we have a battle of awareness. I think we're in a very unique position to bring on intelligence to our country, bring it forth. I think we've got open sharing on the internet. I think that's great. We have the opportunity to get more and more people information. That's fantastic. We're in a very unique position right now to actually change the course of mankind's future. But they've silenced me on the internet. They've got a bunch of cronies and mobsters paying Mark lots of money. And he's doling it out to all these people to keep people out of our show. So they've got that working against us. We got this happening every day. I mean, it's like an endless battle against me versus them. I can generate content, endless content. They can stop me at every turn. We are entering an ice age. The galactic alignment of the Earth with the Milky Way and the Sun has changed. We are very shortly going to be seeing some climate change due to that. When I say shortly, I mean in the next 200 years, not in the next 5 years. The galactic alignment is something that will take place over the next 200 years. It's in a 25,000-year cycle. So when the Republicans say we're entering an ice age, technically they're right. When the Democrats say we have problems with greenhouse gas, technically they're right. But neither one of these people is willing to talk about the elephant in the closet. The chemical sprays that are going on daily above us. It doesn't take a genius to realize that we're being hosed like insects. Okay, we got a clip here of right out of North Korea. They checked into their motel. Donald and Kim are getting together. You know, Donald said he loves Kim. We're going to find out how much he loves Kim. These are impersonators. I'm sorry. That's not the real Donald or real Kim. But that's cute. I like that. I'll play that later. No, I think Donald would be more like the fluff girl, and Kim is more like the porn star. Well, Donald didn't need to meet Kim. There was no need. They're not going to achieve any nuclear disarmament. Why would they meet? This whole thing was put on by Putin. He sent Lavrov over last month, just like he did before with Singapore. This whole thing was made possible by Vladimir Putin. Why don't you thank Vladimir Putin for bringing you your president? Because that's what happened. Putin and Trump have been very close. He calls him all the time on the phone. The NSA can't even listen into the conversations. That's how out of control this national security leak has become. It's a travesty beyond repair. There's words can't even describe how bad off our country is with Trump and Putin neck and neck, cuddling, having a real fun personal love affair, or whatever the hell they're doing. Donald does dress up. He gets in his little outfit, and I guess he's going to get in his leotards and do a little jig for Kim. Whatever's going to go on there is going to be special and memorable. Los Angeles has had the coldest February in 60 years. Wow. Well, I mean, when Trump's not hanging out with his gang members from MS-45, Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell, these guys are punking in the hood looking for some new action, and they got some more money from oligarchs in Russia. So they're all about making money from Putin. Trump thinks that it's okay if we end sanctions with you. It's not a problem. I'll do whatever you tell me to do as long as I get elected. And if you don't like that, you're probably like that woman, Theresa May, and you don't like anything. That's her looking at somebody's you-know-what. You know, she's my God. How can you take that out? I'm not going to touch it. Well, let's take a look. Breitbart has a story. I'm done looking at Bernie Sanders' facial acne. Global warming. LA's coldest February in 60 years. And the East Coast is having an unseasonably warm summer, or warm winter. According to the National Weather Service, the city has endured a series of storms and is bracing for more later this week. You think it's cold in Southwest California this month? Check out the link below. Highlighting winter nightmare. City of Chicago, where former President Barack Obama's political career began, where he's still on. This is boring. Coldest in downtown LA, yeah. So we're, you know, I was pretty cold back in the 60s too. I lived in LA. I don't know. I don't know the specifics on Slim Whitman, but it wouldn't surprise me that the CIA has a hit list. I don't think everybody's mentally ill. I think you have to go with the idea that everyone's not mentally ill, and then you have a barometer to go from there. Trump may not get his emergency money, but it doesn't matter. Trump is misusing the position of the presidency. After cheating with Russia's help to become president, Trump is now trying to stack the Supreme Court with alleged rapists and alcoholics. And, I mean, the relationship with Putin has been forged in steel, you know? He pretty much owns Trump. And I think this picture is disparaging because it shows Donald Trump's head below Putin, like it should be above it, and he's looking down on it. But anyway. Yeah, I just think we're losing track of the fact that Putin has controlled everything Donald Trump ever did. And we have to look at that as a possibility. And if we don't, we're not doing our job as voters because they cheated to win the election. Trump cheated. I disagree. I think DSM-5 was written with non-objectivity. It had a subjective balance to it. That I think DSM-4 was better than DSM-5. DSM-5 actually, this diagnostic mental status exam actually gave, we can't do that until another credible candidate offers 510. Then I'm going to bump it to 515. So far Kamala Harris has not beat my rate of 505. But I really believe that we're dealing with DSM-5 where you can have a mental disorder if you like healthy food. There was an assigned mental disorder called athero nervosa. And it was actually seen, I used to show it on our show. And it disappeared right after I revealed it. But atheros nervosa is no longer a mental status problem. Anorexia nervosa is, so I think they're listening to our show or something. But athero nervosa it is or was suffering from liking good food. Yeah, it's a mental disorder where you like to eat well. If we see Howard Schultz up it to 525, I will beat him to 530. I told you I will beat every single bid out there by $5. Probably best to have anorexia if you got a gut, yeah. But I don't recommend getting anorexia because that's a terrible disease. I knew a young woman who had it. I remember I was working 3 jobs at 17, and I met this beautiful woman in a department store. One of the jobs I had was in men's furnishings at a major department store, and she and I trained together, and I liked her. She was really attractive. And I used to walk by and talk to her, and when I got my break, and we were getting along great. I was going to ask her out, and then she just got thinner and thinner. It was getting kind of weird. And I eventually just said, So what's going on? She said, oh, I'm on a new diet. I've got to get rid of this weight problem of mine. It's like, you look great. Well, I don't think so. I've gained a lot of weight. She's like lost 30 pounds. By the time I finished working at that location, she had lost like 40 pounds. She was down to like 98 pounds. It was the Karen Carpenter disease. And I've never seen such a horrible transformation in my life. It was just this woman who just couldn't get it out of her head that she was fat. It's serious. Yeah, but I don't think you have that problem. You can't get it out of your head that you aren't fat. No, Melania and Donald, I think, are a cold accommodation kind of thing. It was a marriage essentially forged out of a love of one thing, money. And she wanted her parents to get citizenship, so she got that, and I think she got $27 million to stay in the marriage. That's all I know. Donald Trump wrote a check to Melania's best friend for $27 million right after the inauguration. We have a feeling that was what she wanted. I can't verify that, but I think she needed some payoff to do this. She couldn't possibly put up with this any other way. I mean, I see Melania as a victim. Wow, a survey done at Open University in 1974 said that a person working 40 hours a week could provide a home and clothes and food for 5 people. And in 2006, with technology, 11 people. Wow, that's pretty good. So why would anyone else work in the household? Just live off that one person's working. Jackie Kennedy was paid by the Kennedys to stay married to Jack. I would not doubt that. There's a lot of concern that maybe Jackie was the person who killed John F. Kennedy. That was one of the theories that was out there. I can't really say that there's any truth to that. Yeah, it looks more and more like Jackie just, went under the back of the hood to grab his head, so why would she do that? Well, they say that it was because she had hidden the Derringer that she used to blow his head off. And I don't believe that, no. But yeah, the whole situation was demonstrated when Melania was seen frowning after Trump called her some names.
My prayer that God will bless you, your family.
Yeah, what was that look? You look at that and you go, what was that?
My prayer that God will bless you, your family.
He must have said something really mean, like,
my prayer that God will bless.
Like, screw you, bitch! Something like that. Yeah. I don't know what he said, but it had to be quick. Yeah. I feel bad for Melania, I really do. You can't help but have empathy for her. You want to see it again and again? I don't think we need to see that. I don't want to be a party to this gang of MS-45, I just don't want to be, I don't want to be part of this Putin Russian oligarchy thing that's going on. It bothers me that Putin has so much control over Donald Trump. It really does. I just wish we didn't have this problem. I believe Melania was a victim of some sort. Just living with Donald must be, difficult. How would you like to hang around a person who smells like Diet Coke and fish burgers? I mean, that's got to be painful. Well, she's happier now that she's managed to get through all this BS with the news, and she was able to speak 1 or 2 words like, she speaks through clothing. She did finally tell people that she didn't really care, which I think was a bold statement for her, especially when visiting migrant children who were suffering from child molestation. Yeah. Really don't care. Do you? I like that. I think that's very bold of her. You go, girl. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. Anyway, I don't think it's my place to talk about the relationship. Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me. The person started a prayer, so she decided not to smile? Are you that retarded?
I don't have
to tell you. I'm not gonna tell you. I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I'm not gonna tell you. I don't have to. I'm not gonna tell you. I don't have to tell you.
My prayer that God will bless you. Bless. My prayer that God will bless.
He smiled and said something. What was it? Something like, screw you. And then right after that, it was like, boom.
You, your family.
And she realized her poor life with this man. Gosh. I can't believe nobody had a photograph on the other side. I'm not going to tell you. I could picture Melania in Eyes Wide Shut. I could imagine pictures of Melania. You know, I'm pretty decent. I don't show naked pictures of Melania on the show. I can't believe we have this guy as president either. I know. It's a sample of how bad our country is, that we've amassed this disaster of a president. Yeah, well, I told you I'd raise it. Kamala Harris says she wants to offer $500 a month, so now we're offering $505, and Schultz hasn't piped in officially. If you can show me Schultz writing in some statement that he wants to offer $525, I'm all ears. No, had nothing to do with Barron. Why are you cutting excuses for Donald Trump berating his wife in front of the National Theater? If you try him in the court of public opinion, he would be guilty. And look at Miss Fluffy. My beautiful cat Fluffy is here, everybody. She's getting a facial rub from her owner. Aw, look at that. Aw, you little beautiful cat Fluffy. Here's 30 seconds of Bernie praising food rationing and food lines.
You know, it's funny, sometimes American journalists talk about how bad a country is because people are lining up for food. That's a good thing. In other countries, people don't line up for food. The rich get the food and the poor starve to death.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't want people lining up for food in your country? Yeah.
And you're right. This is a good discussion.
The worst of Bernie Sanders, we have 16 minutes of his nonstop crap coming out of his mouth. The raging one percenter who claims he's a socialist. What a joke. Well, as you know, I'm not in this for personal wealth or gain. I'm in this because I believe I have the best solutions for the country, and if I didn't lay them out for you, I'd be remiss in talking about what we want to offer you. So we have a job plan. A solar rooftop revolution, offering houses with solar rooftops, including a chance to start a small business of 5 employees installing rooftops in your area, and a chance to get a shovel-ready job fixing up our homes that are in need of repair, and ultimately own a house like this for under $50,000. The national debt is a lie. I've always contended that. Now Bernie's saying what I've been saying. Okay, well, Bernie can copy me just like Trump. I don't care. The national debt is Bernie hasn't articulated this, and you won't hear anything from the Democrats on this because they don't understand it. But our country's national debt is tied to a corporation called the United States. The corporation called the United States of America has essentially been bankrupt since March 9th of 1933. So if you didn't know that, you must realize that now. We don't have any responsibility to cover the debt the United States Corporation has taken on. In 1871, they established this corporation, and then they built the city of D.C. It's a de facto like Disneyland. Say Disneyland was mini America. They would be running us out of Disneyland, just like they're running us out of D.C. So since this, if you wait long enough, New York EMT, and if Kamala Harris raises her bid from 500 to 510, I will definitely take it to 515. Gradually, you people won't ever have to work. You'll just sit there and collect money from the government. All of you. Because the government can make money on automated systems that make things and products that you don't need to be part of. You see, your job will be replaced in a very short period of time by machines and robots. In fact, all of us will be replaced by robots soon, in case you didn't know. So you either get off the pot and start doing something, productive in your life, or get behind this movement, or sit back and watch your job disappear and your money disappear and your food disappear, and eventually you'll disappear. They don't need you anymore. You're not part of their economy. They've profited from you and your family long enough. Now they've made so much money they can just automate, get rid of you. They don't need you. The leaders of the world have already deemed you a useless eater and of no purpose. Now we can change all that. Just like we can clean up the beautiful ocean, make it less radioactive. But it's going to take a little bit more than just sitting around talking about it. This is the ocean I don't walk at anymore because I'm afraid of the radiation coming at me from Fukushima. Well, the bottom line is I will stop the New World Order as long as I'm alive. I will be the barrier. And if you either get on the program at that time and maybe you lead, because they're going to try to kill me, you know that. It's just a question of time. They realize their efforts to stop me have failed, and I'm way ahead of them in this effort because I've reached out to a world audience way ahead of their ability to stop me. I got 5 years ahead of this because I am able to think 50 moves ahead in chess. I'm able to see what they can't see, and because I can see the future with this inductive reasoning ability, I'm able to determine what I need to do right now to assure that you don't get victimized by these psychotic evil bastards who own the world, who want to get rid of you. I am the stopping point for the New World Order. I will not let the New World Order take over America, and that alone will stop them, because America is the greatest, most powerful nation in the world right now, and still is, and will be. And will make it even stronger because what they're trying to do is gut us and turn us into worthless eaters, sucking up tap water that's made with fluoride, babbling to ourselves as we go to work trying to buy our milk and eggs so we don't disappoint our wife who barely gives us sex because she too has no libido. That's the world that they're creating. You're not alone if you're feeling a little less sexual. The whole country is suffering from a decreased libido. The men in the world have 50% reduced testosterone. Explain that. You have been removed from the show. Explain why we all have reduced testosterone. It's obviously the environment. They're not doing anything to stop this. Yeah, it could be chemtrails. It could be the genetically modified soy you men are eating, which causes your esters to increase and your testosterone to decrease. Could be any number of things. But the point is, they don't care. They're just dumping everything on us. And we're sitting around going, the Masons are a secret society. The people at the bottom, the Freemasons, are decent people, have no idea how psychotic their leaders are. The 33rd degree Masons worship Lucifer. Donald Trump worshipped under Norman Vincent Peale. And I can't say he went to very many churches, but he himself said he studied under Peale, who was a known Luciferian, a 33rd degree Mason. Donald Trump didn't get an education in God, he got an education in Satan. Yeah, they are New World Order. Yeah, Lyndon LaRouche passed away, 96 years old. R.I.P. Lyndon LaRouche. You don't have to go very far to find the Satanists that are running the world. You know, Donald Trump kowtows to the UN. You know that, right? He turned on our allies in NATO, and then he kowtows to the UN. Well, it turns out the UN is run by a group of roster-level Satanists. They're called the Lucis Trust Fund, and the Lucis Trust is so proud of their satanic origins. They actually do the bookings of publications and meetings for the UN. But Lucis is so proud of their association with Lucifer that they wrote in their own website the esoteric meaning of Lucifer and how they created their name. These people are high-level, roster-level operators of the UN. They are Luciferians. You can read about it right there. It doesn't take a lot to see the handwriting on the wall here. These people have forever been killing off people who were challenging them in business. They do whatever they can to destroy their enemies. They'll kill people if necessary. They think nothing of committing genocide. I'm not saying the Lucis Trust. I'm talking about the people who are running the world. And they think nothing of stacking all the cards against you, innocent people. So while we sit back and go, who are these Luciferians? Well, they're all the 33rd degree Masons. They're the highest level at the Vatican. They worship Satan. The Vatican has a brand new building. In case you haven't seen it, it's shaped like a snake head. There it is. Just like a snake head. Oh, Amber, did you want to come in here? Look at that. Okay, come on in. Yeah, so, and inside the building is the image of a snake. The actual face of a snake. And on top of it, there's heinous pictures on the wall. There's not one crucifix in the Vatican. Yet there's a picture of some demonic image of Satan. This is what the Pope and the Pontiff stands next to, this demonic picture of Lucifer. And if you zoom in on the picture in the back of the mural, you'll see demons in the picture. I don't want to trouble you with this, but it's extremely troubling to think that that's what they're worshiping. But they are. They're worshiping Satan. I know. Lyndon LaRouche was a good guy. He got a bad rap. He could have been a good president. Yeah. I didn't kick you because you're supporting Oprah. I kicked you because I don't despise the cruel meat industry. I consider the livestock industry a big part of our government's operation, and we certainly need to make sure that meat is safe for people to eat. I want to improve the meat industry and make it less cruel, but I don't think Oprah's exposing anything. Oprah is greedy. Well, Oprah's greedy. I'm sorry you got kicked, but Oprah's greedy. She's worth $2.5 billion, and I doubt she's going to give that away. Lyndon LaRouche died of old age, that I know of. Wow. What is this exactly? Green and black toxic snow sparks waste management to do something. See what I mean? This isn't natural, people. This is a picture off the road in some weird toxic zone where even the snow is turning into some toxic weird green slime. No, it's not a ban because you support Oprah. It's a ban that you support a greedmonger and a billionaire who's acting like she wants to stop the food industry, which is a powerful industry. I personally was appalled when I found out that Tyson Meats is now still selling panko chicken nuggets. I'm sorry, but a ruling recently determined that Tyson had 36,000 pounds of chicken nuggets recalled. Yet I went to my local Costco, and they're still selling this rubberized food product. Tyson has recalled estimated 36,000 pounds of chicken nuggets because they may have been contaminated with foreign materials, including rubber. I even tried some of these panko chicken nuggets when I was at Costco one day, and I said to Sarah, it tastes like rubber. I did. I said it tastes like rubber. Anyway, that's disturbing. So I want better quality food products in America, not to disgrace the entire industry. I mean, what Oprah did was actually, it was premature and reckless to hate meat products. It makes no sense. Our nation's industries rely on the reality that we have to deal with a tremendous amount of meat production. If we were ethical and we were to chip these animals with RFID chips and track their entire process, whether they're getting hormone injections or not, at the very least we'll know what's going on. But we don't even have that with the USDA. So I definitely want to see some progress made there, but we're not getting anywhere with the USDA. They're just giving rubber stamps on downer cows, and you're eating it in the form of hamburger. You like Stinky Winky? You didn't like Tinky Winky? I thought that Tinky Winky was a tremendous asset to the Teletubby lineup. I thought Tinky Winky had a bad rap. We finally found a conversation we could have a good political discussion about. Yeah. Takes a while to find that. So, case in point, okay, I have a video I'm going to play in a bit from Sarah. Yeah, she's going to show you exactly what she's doing, or what she's going to talk to you, basically. As you know, I'm taking the show right now because she's with friends, so I'll give you the skinny. I could have sworn I had Tinky Winky on the lineup. Oh well. Tinky Winky did not make an appearance tonight in the show. That's okay. Dave, yeah, that's a mutable offense too. Thank you. This is your last warning. If you make any more derogatory statements about Scissor Fight, I will ban you from the show. Yes, I heard there's Earth's magnetic north pole has begun shifting erratically towards Siberia. I'll check the YouTube video for you. I've got a 10-minute video about the eradication, the movement of the magnetic north. I believe it's because the magnetosphere is being attacked with chemtrails.
Planet's magnetic field, and which dictates all modern navigation.
People were wondering if Russia had something to do with it. The shifts are accelerating, yes. We know this. We don't have a lot of time. They've advanced the degradation of the magnetosphere by dumping chemicals in the atmosphere and pushing massive amounts of wiring across the globe with the 5G network. They moved the North Pole closer to your city in Desev. Well, there are arguments that the Russians are actually moving Earth that is magnetic in nature. Yeah, that's very likely. But I tend to believe it's the magnetosphere itself that's rebelling. You know, if we just had an electric grid, it would be fine. You know, it'd be no big deal. But this is our electric grid. But what they're doing is a massive rework, and the 5G network, along with the chemtrails, means to me that they are messing with Mother Nature. In fact, they are downright raping Mother Nature. Mother Nature is being gangbanged. And you folks are just sitting there going, well, what do I do? Vote Democrat or Republican? I don't know. I have choice because I've got the left versus the right. Yeah. How can we be free and democratic when we don't even have a third party in this country? I mean, hello? I mean, what do I have to do to wake people up? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add that to our lineup tonight about how the Earth is shifting. And I will play a video. Sarah is going to talk to you for a bit while I be right back. Thank you. Kind of cool, huh? I know. So here we are in America's Third Party, and we're going to go to the video we cut a couple days ago. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. As you know or may know, I recently earned my master's degree from Western Governors University. I'm so happy. Yes, my master's degree in learning and technology. Yes, thank you, thank you. So here I am, officially a graduate. My good friend, actually my student mentor, gave me the cutest little gift. I have to show this to you. Isn't it adorable? It's a little night owl because Western Governors University is the owl is their mascot, and it's a little night owl for the graduate. Thank you so much for this. And so to celebrate also, I recently had my birthday. Oh, there we go, my hat. I have my birthday this month as well. And yeah, so I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out and celebrate with some friends of mine. So, I know all of you awesome Von Livers and iVloggers and Periscopers and all you other wonderful people on the internet. I will miss you. I'm going to be gone for a few days. I'm taking a few personal days to go spend some time with some friends. And it's going to be a blast. We're going to have so much fun and just celebrate my birthday, celebrate the fact that I'm a master's degree. I'm a master educator now. And yeah, and I'll be back by Friday, but I'll be back by March 1st. So it'll be a brand new beginning for all of us online. A brand new beginning for me and brand new beginning for all of us. So definitely by March 1st, I will be back. And I'm sure David has got you covered. I mean, he's awesome, of course. David, you're awesome. I just want to say I'm going to miss you too. And but it's important to have a little me time with me and my friends. So I'm going to do that. And then I will be back on March 1st, brand new beginnings, and we'll have a blast. So thank you for enjoying the show. Thanks for watching me and David. Thank you for supporting me as I was getting my master's and encouraging me because you guys were part of my support team too. So thank you all, and I'll miss you, and I'll see you soon. Take care.
All right, that was that was Sarah. So she's out and about, and I found somebody I can hang with and do the show with. So I find this works out great. Yeah, we get along great. Never had any problems whatsoever. I think we communicate perfectly, don't you? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I was convinced it was live too. She's over 40 now, so yeah. My parents did have sex. That's how I was born. Yeah, it's true. People, I hats off to all of you people who are becoming parents. I think that's great. I'm going to say she's always 39. That's right. And as you know, I'm 18 years older than Sarah, so it's always nice to have a younger woman in my life, I'll tell you that. It's pretty amazing. She's not here, no. She's out with friends and she's enjoying herself. She in 15 months, she finished her master's degree, which is really amazing. And I was helping her along every step of the way. Yeah, she looks great for her age, yeah. Well, I'm actually, she's not 39, she's 41. And I'm 58. Going on 59. Yeah. So we're together working on a way to, stay youthful as we move forward. And one of the ways I try to enjoy my life is I live in a biodome. And as you can see, my bed is comfortable, and I've got my bedstand with my laptop, and everything's filtered. Everything in my biodome is filtered. Yeah, so I found a very safe place to live. Well, I have a secret fruit spray, yes, which I spray on my face to keep it hydrated. You can spray it on your hair too. You can pretend to cry. Hair does grow, yes. It'll help hair grow. Yeah. It doesn't really matter though. I found a way to, extend the lifespan by not breathing. Well, I noticed that the more I breathe, the more I consume oxygen, and the more my carbon footprint increases. So I'm consciously removing that restriction by breathing less. And I urge all of you to breathe less, retaining a lower carbon footprint on this planet. No, I'm kidding. You can breathe as much as you want. As long as there's air, you can breathe. Yes, your carbon footprint increases for every fart you do. Well, the bottom line is Trump has been struggling with his breathing on his State of the Oval Office addresses. It's like he breathed like 15 times in 1 minute. It's like, and then he's got this nasal thing. It's like, what is that? What is that? What the hell is that? Yeah. Okay, take care, DT Laura. Thanks for coming in. It's always great to have you here. We could look deeper into his sniffles and what he does and why he sniffles, but we can show you his sniffles. Thankfully, we've got 8 seconds of it. Otherwise, they'll ban us from the internet. They don't like people showing this. They took Scissor Fight's entire account out because he took captions of the sniffles from one of his debates. Trump had sniffles for 3 debates. There was incessant sniffles. I can't explain it, so I'll show it to you. That's all I can bring in. So we have a guy with incessant sniffles who likes to lie incessantly, and you think he's a great president and he's making America great again, even though he's getting closer and closer to a war in Venezuela. And some of you Trump tards really believe that somehow he's stopping the deep state, when the deep state wants Trump to use our military force to dethrone Maduro from Venezuela's power structure. But somehow you believe that he's fighting the deep state, even though they are making him do that. So I don't get it. I mean, if you do a little bit of intelligent, critical thinking, you'll realize Trump is controlled by the deep state. And when he had problems, he just fired James Comey because he wanted the Russian thing to go away. And that very same day, he invited Henry Kissinger to visit him.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're We're right now talking about Russia and various other matters.
Yeah, other matters imply, he is controlled by Henry Kissinger, and he's been friends with Henry Kissinger for many years.
Mr. President, it is very much a new world order. It's really a new world order, Mr. Henry Trump, Mr. Henry.
He talks like that, yeah. Why does Trump say Russia? Because he is having a rush. Yeah, well, if you people have to understand, Trump is already amassing troops in Colombia. They're getting ready for a war against Venezuela. I mean, hello. Earth to brain-tard. Earth to Trump-tard. Hello. Who is the head of the New World Order? Is it the Council on Foreign Relations or the Rothschilds? It is clearly the Rothschilds. They own the New World Order. They created it. They, along with 13 other families, 12 other families to be exact, control the destiny of mankind.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it
has. We will certainly do that for you, Jacob. Thank you so much for your participation in the New World Order. Jacob Rothschild, with all his money, you'd think he'd have some facial reconstructive surgery, Wouldn't you, if you were that age? Wouldn't you want to look newer and fresher and have a better... What if you had the ability to bring youth back? Would you like to be young again, Jacob? Would you like to have a youthful face? Well, perhaps you can. It's a great opportunity to be young and sound like David again. Sorry. The French were talking on Radio 4 of another revolution. The French are too fluoridated to revolt. It's highly unlikely. It's highly Selassie that they will revolt. People are too fluoridated to revolt. And since the Zionists took over the world and have continued to dominate, our policies are completely controlled by Zionists, like Jacob Rothschild. I think it's safe to say that the entire world will be under the control of the Rothschilds soon. But they only have one last chink in their little game plan. And that is America. They want total control over us, and we've got enough weapons in this country that we could hold them back forever. You go to Texas and you find a heck of a lot of armed people. Take down anybody coming their way. That's one of the reasons why they tested out the ability of people with weapons in New Orleans during the Katrina disaster. They went to door with National Guards members disarming people that were hardcore gun rights supporters. They know they can do it. If they have a major disaster, they can go door to door. National Guards can literally take your weapons away. All I'm trying to do is retain your right to bear arms, to stop the tyranny of a global world order. And if we stand up for the Second Amendment and the First Amendment, I think we'll be set. We have more than enough to hold these people back. But if they try to turn our brains into mush and make us think that it's wrong to say anything bad, if they, like Charles Schumer wants to define what political hate speech is. Can you imagine? In a country dedicated to freedom of speech, Charles Schumer wants to define what political hate speech is. I mean, come on. Seriously? So if I were to make fun of Charles Schumer's wife, Iris, he'd consider that political hate speech. It's like, really? It is right for a man to defend his home. I don't want to take away your gun rights. Charles Schumer and others want to. So this alone, if I were to go here and take a picture of Charles Schumer and his wife Iris, this alone would be political hate speech if I were to claim that Iris looks like a dude. He'd call that hate speech. When in fact, it's pretty obvious Iris looks like a dude. I mean, hello? Whatever. So you're not going to be able to define what political hate speech is, Charles. In fact, you should get off your Zionist horse and realize the American people are not comprised of Zionists. 5% of our country is comprised of Zionists who run our political system, our legal system. Our entertainment is provided by Zionists. All the important areas of medicine run by Zionists. But most of us are Goyim. So if I'm appealing to the Goyim here, not the Zionists, and we are not going to sit back and watch this country fall into the hands of Zionists. And we're not going to be part of their New World Order plan either. Sorry. You got the wrong people, folks. We Goyim are not stupid. You'd like to think we are, but we're not. We're up to we totally know what you're doing. You're trying to buy our country, and it's not going to work. You look at me. I haven't made a penny in 10 years. Do you see me complaining about it? I have no complaints. You can't buy me. I'm not buyable. You really can't identify a Zionist other than by their admission that many of them really are proud of being Zionists. There are a lot of Ashkenazis that love their money and they love Zionism and they really are proud of it. Ashkenazis, like the Rothschilds, are pretty much making a major impact on our world with their money. What can we do about it? Well, we can certainly vote opposite. We can alternately come up with different ways of doing this. Yes, I'm viewing your chat. Ambition is here. I do watch your chat, yeah. I just don't watch it enough. Well, Katrina had a lot of people lose their weapons. They were seized by the government. When you were asked to leave your house because of the massive hurricane and you wanted to defend your property, including your safes, the National Guard came up to those people and ordered them to disarm. It happens during national disasters. They do this. So their game plan is to push false flags. Good night, Juan. Sleep well. Their goal is to push false flags on the American people, and if they can do it without presenting any dead bodies, and the American people believe it, all the more power to them. They passed a law under NDAA 2012, the National Defense Authorization Act 2012, in which Donald Trump, or Barack Obama, the New World Order puppet that he was, allowed the suppression of the Smith-Mundt Act, which prevented propaganda and lies from being used. So now they can commit psyops against the American people, and technically they're within the grounds of legal parameters of the law. Okay, we got a good video from somebody who sent us this video. Pizdets. I haven't seen you in a while, Pizdets. So the U.S. sanctions 4 Venezuelan governors as Lima Group nixes military action. This will be more background information on the coming Venezuela problem that the New World Order is pushing to take over Maduro and finally dethrone Hugo Chavez. I believe Hugo Chavez was poisoned. I believe they used Operation Monarch on him. I believe that they purposely poisoned the guy with a stomach cancer. I believe they deposed him and then they screwed Maduro up because Maduro can't get any supplies or anything he needs to help his people. And when these offered free supplies mixed with what? Weapons? Bombs? Maduro is backing off and saying, no, I won't do that. He's very, very strong about not wanting to take any help from outside influences. So we've got 4 Paws in. He goes under many names, but he is here drinking or not drinking, enjoying the imbibement of bourbon whiskey tonight. Wow. Okay, so you've chosen to drink bourbon whiskey, and that's your choice. It's free will, and you can choose to down it if you want. Now, the liver doesn't ever say that it's tired of drinking, by the way. There are no nerve cells in the liver. Just so you know. So you won't get any warning when your liver gives out, filtering all that wonderful alcohol. Just so you know. He's been warned. Now, according to a judge, U.S.-backed Venezuelan President Guaido could face 30 years in prison. Really? Thanks, Drag King. I didn't know that.
¡Ey! ¡El compañero! ¡Súbase! Súbanse, súbanse, Alexis. Para que vean. Alexis, súbanse. Súbanse, vámonos.
Okay, these people are trying to get away from illegal caravan immigrants trying to attack their car. These are Mexican people trying to get away from this. Yeah, the Mexican people are under attack from caravan of Hondurans and Nicaraguans and El Salvadorians and Guatemala.
¡Marco!
No sé.
Ya, vámonos, Nick.
Vámonos.
Ya no puedo avanzar.
Aquí. No sé.
No puedo avanzar.
Ay, 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 ay. I am the caravan bandito. See, Mexico is very rich compared to Honduras. Yeah. Cannabis is a plant that it helps people who are smoking it. Yeah, the truth is marijuana helps people. Yes. If you're suffering from some, PTSD, or say you've got serious symptoms of epilepsy, say you're suffering from, say you're no longer getting off on your booze, and you can't really smoke anything in your state because it's not allowed recreational marijuana. You look like a guy who has never smoked a bong in your life. 4 paws. He's going to take another hit. I doubt you've ever smoked marijuana in your entire life. Have you ever smoked pot? Yeah, yes or no? Yeah. Have you ever smoked pot? All the time? Oh, really? Okay, great. Well, not only does he smoke pot, but he drinks too. That's great. Whatever gets you through the night is all right. It's all right. Yeah, so I'm totally in favor of legalization, in case anyone was wondering. My goal is to actually get America on track with a brand new production cycle. We could easily start producing derivatives of marijuana that would provide a tremendous amount of relief to people around the world. U.S. dabs could be the major industry. We could offer amazing derivatives that when you light them up, they give you tremendous relief. And I don't think anybody has turned away the growing marijuana industry in any state in this country, except for Indiana and Ohio and a few other holdouts. They won't in any way legalize pot, but legalization of marijuana is a central plan for America. And we can create hempoline, a form of green diesel that will solve the problem. Well, since you've hit the hard liquor, 4 paws, I would recommend that you should... I'm not Johnny Carson, but I can sound like Johnny Carson. Ed and I are not working together anymore. And Ed... Hiya! I know. Ed and I are not working anymore. Well, all I can tell you guys is if we move toward a plan to save the country with good, solid, renewable energy solutions, obviously we need a few of those. We've got those renewable energy solutions. We've got legal weed. We've got to end the Fed program, to bring on an infrastructure bank and bring our troops home to the border. See, Trump didn't need an emergency act. He just needed to bring our troops home. And then we would have built a fence around them. We're allowed to build fences around our troops, you know. What's for dinner tomorrow? Wednesday is a wasteful Wednesday. I'm not cooking until Thursday. I don't have any plans to make anything for dinner. Space, the final frontier. Donald Trump, the flip-flopper. We're kind of stuck in a place where we don't really need to navigate our way out of it because we're stuck there. We're not going to be able to navigate our way out of it. That's the whole nature of being stuck. We're left with Trump and his ridiculous tweets making people fearful of what's next. I think we're suffering from Trumpophobia as a nation. It's like fear of more Trump. I think he's pushed us to the edge of our conscious ability to function. Many of us are just saying, oh, shut this guy off. Jeez, could he stop lying left and right? And we're just like overburdened with the deception. That's how I feel. I mean, when he started stealing my ideas, like the 1,000-mile fence, and claiming it's his own, I'm calling it a wall, it's a wall. Well, who's going to pay for it? Mexico's going to pay for it. Yeah, sure they are. And what other brainless thoughts do you have besides that? Yeah, while Trump is traveling around the universe, his former attorney is going to testify today. I know. And he swore by him. He said he was a great guy and he totally backed him. And then now Michael Cohen is just a total liar. He's a total liar. He's just out for trying to pad his... This guy's going to take 3 years in jail. And he's going to do it like a man. I don't think Trump wants to go to jail. And I certainly don't think he wants his kids to go to jail. But Michael Cohen, he'll throw him under the bus like no other. Michael Cohen was his fixer. Michael Cohen offered pay for play. And you can't tell me that Michael Cohen doesn't have a financial loop back into Trump's bank account somewhere. I can't believe they haven't found it. Cohen brought in $17 million in payoffs to get close to the president. Why can't we find where that money went? That's why I think Mueller is completely protecting Trump, because Mueller's a Zionist too. So is Hillary Clinton. They all protect this cabal of Zionism that's holding our country hostage. Yeah, Trump would pardon his kids and anyone else. He won't pardon Michael Cohen. So I said I will pardon Michael Cohen. Yeah. Most people don't know what that means. Take it like a man. It's a saying that was created to. It's not some prison statement. It's take it like a man. Originally started with thievery back in the early ages of Victorian England. You must take it like a man. Steal it. Take it. I believe that Michael Cohen would love to, get the truth out. I don't think he even knows who I am. Kim's net worth is $5 billion while his people starve. He's richer than Trump. It must bother Trump that he only has $3 billion, and when Putin has $200 billion and Kim Jong-un has $5 billion. You can imagine how Trump feels. He feels like, how come I can't have any money? And he's doing everything he can to take money from the American people. So, yeah. Why would we ever come up with a better way? So if you don't think chemtrails are happening, listen to one of the experts at CERN. Jasper Kirkby, PhD at CERN reactor. These are clouds seeded by jets dumping aerosols into the upper atmosphere. It takes a PhD to tell you the truth sometimes. So why is our government lying to us about the chemtrails? Trump has a $30 million a month nut to crack. Trump's net debt is $2.3 billion. He owes $2,300 million. And the monthly cost on that minimum interest payment is $30 million. I think that Trump wants to pad the pockets of his cronies. That's why he won't conduct business using my concept. The idea of a container wall actually makes the most sense. Yes, the container wall concept is probably one of the better ideas, in my opinion, because we've got a lot of containers that we don't need because trade is down, and the container wall could veritably offer a step up. We can get these walls built quicker, faster, and we can grease down the sides and paint them all one color, and people won't be able to scale them. So by lining these up, we can build the container wall, and it should ultimately be, a very low-cost alternative. I totaled the number of containers needed, multiplied by approximately $2,000 a piece, and we'll be looking at a total of right around $528 million just for the containers alone, and the rest goes into labor and all the different perks that we want to add to it, like motion detectors and things, incinerators, things that can, burn inside if somebody breaks the surface, incinerate anybody who walks into them. I don't want to hurt people, but who you're breaking into a container, you expect to be incinerated. You're talking about crack while I'm talking about a container wall? That's kind of irrelevant, don't you think, Gunter? Trump announced a huge 4th of July celebration at Lincoln Memorial with your favorite president. Okay. Now we have something completely different, like Monty Python used to say. The Queen's leaked speech that warns the public to prepare for World War III. A speech that has been prepared for Queen Elizabeth II to address the British public in the outbreak of World War III has been leaked from Buckingham Palace. The bone-chilling announcement advises citizens to make preparations for the terrors that lie ahead and to attempt to survive against great odds. Oh, doesn't she look like a nice old lady? Not. Beep. During the address, which Queen Elizabeth describes as solemn and awful duty, she explains the reasons for the nation to enter into a world war as being down to the deadly power of abused technology. With tensions mounting between the US, Russia, and China over North Korea and Syria. You see, this is all just a big play. They profit from war. They love to fund both sides. It's a lot better if they fund both sides, then they profit from people dying. They're in it for the money. Okay, we've got a situation that I didn't want to talk about too deeply, but I will mention it. Right, India has tensions between India and Pakistan are at their highest point in decades, and here's what to know. India just launched airstrikes on Pakistan. Here's why that's worrying. Okay, let's find out. First attack over Kashmir unrest. Okay, Pakistan is vowing to respond after Indian airstrikes. The Kashmir region has always been a troubling point, so. All right, let's take a look here.
India has been repeatedly urging Pakistan to take action against the Jaish-e-Mohammed to prevent jihadis from being trained and armed inside Pakistan. Pakistan has taken no concrete action to dismantle the infrastructure of terrorism on its soil. credible intelligence was received that the Jaish-e-Mohammed was attempting other suicide terror attacks in various parts of the country, and the Fidaiyin jihadis were being trained for this purpose.
Right.
In the face of imminent danger, a preemptive strike became absolutely necessary. In an intelligence-led operation in the early hours of today, India struck the biggest training camp of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Balakot. In this operation, a very large number of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, trainers, senior commanders, and groups of jihadis who were being trained for Fidaiyin action were eliminated.
Okay. So they're eliminating jihadist threats. No different than the strikes the U.S. conducted against Pakistani jihadists, right? So it doesn't seem like this is a preemptive attack that was uncalled for necessarily. If India saw a need to disarm and get rid of the weapons of these jihadists that are living in this region, it's their choice. I mean, it's not something that is any different than Trump announcing he wanted to strike 31 innocent people and kill them all 8 days into the presidency. Trump killed an 8-year-old girl 8 days into his presidency when he was advised by his military advisors that this is a waste of time, and even Obama didn't do it. Yeah, so your president is a mass murderer, and that's a problem. You know, I don't think many of you realize that. You're living under the impression that Trump is making America great again when he kills people recklessly and unnecessarily. It's a shameful thing to think that Americans are so completely oblivious to the death and destruction caused by our country. It's shameful, really. And you see all these Trump-tards standing there in support of him, even though they have no clue as to what they're doing. So the 1,000-mile container fence is $1 billion total, and it can be managed with this technique I'm describing. It's not a bad idea. They are. Americans are entertained with Kim Kardashian. You're right. That's the sad truth, actually. CBS News, live, Trump in Vietnam. Let's go there. Wow, look at this story. 178 reports of staffers touching migrant children. Now, these are people that Trump chose to handle the migrant children problem. And Hannity and media, Democrats ignore Trump's North Korean progress while this story is making virality. Yeah, we've been ignoring it for long enough. Now it's come to a head. If you're a journalist stranded in Vietnam, an Amtrak passenger stranded on a train, or a former Trump lawyer stranded on a nightmare of your own making, this story will certainly resonate when today's short list. 4,000 plus migrant children say they were abused. Wow. Thousands of migrant children are crossing the southern border into the U.S., reporting they were sexually assaulted while in government custody. According to Department of Health and Human Services documents released Tuesday, in the past 4 years, 4,556 children said they were sexually assaulted while in the care of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement. So are these people taking, that was pretty weird. Like, it looked almost like dangling you-know-whats. Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah. Thank you. So is it possible that Trump is selling these children into slavery to make money, to cover his bill, his $30 million a month interest payment on his debt? Do you think he's getting a kickback on the kids that he's selling into slavery? The human millipede, the human centipede. It's sad what's happening. I know you care, but you're not allowed to care. Humans in America are more like nullified zombies and jellyfish. It's considered uncool to care about anything if you're an American. I'm sorry, I can't pay Bezos $1 to see this Washington Post ad. So count me out. I don't get post ads, sorry. No, I don't think it's a false flag. I know you're probably tempted to claim that, oh, this is fake news. It's all fake news. Everything's fake news. The whole world is fake news. Everything's fake. Especially if it says something about me. Yeah. I don't get free anything. You have to work for everything you get in life. Unless, of course, you're shopping at a fast food store and you're picking up free packets of ketchup. I have had a few free packages of ketchup before. Yeah, I really miss the whole Sarah thing. You know, she gives me a lot of back, like, cover, you know. I get the breaks and everything. This 5 hours is tough doing it myself. I'm not hated at all. I'm actually loved by so many people around the world. You just don't like it because I speak bad about Trump. Hello, Add the One. Welcome. Add the One is here. Yeah, we got... it's a reality check to realize that you Trump-tards voted for Putin. What really bothers me about the Trump-tards is they actually don't think that Putin's running the show, and he is. And they're afraid to admit that Putin cheated and helped Donald Trump win. Thank you for writing me in New York State. Thank you. But this is the real problem facing the country, and nobody in America is dealing with it. Mueller is not looking into this. Mueller is actually wasting our time. He's killing time. He's promising he'd have obstruction charges by September, and he never delivered. So Mueller is just a shill who's taking up space in the special prosecutor's office and hasn't done a damn thing. You get that impression because it's true. Am I right? Yeah, you are right, Dave. Okay, I have to acknowledge that I'm right all the time. Okay, there's another article on the Klitschnikov. Oh, no, I don't take Washington Post articles, I told you. I can't read those. I can't read anything. There's a kamikaze drone that Klitschnikov has developed. Well, I wish I could read that, but I can't read it. Well, let's be clear. So the 1,000-mile fence. I think we're done with that one, too. All right. Okay, it's time for my musical interlude. I'll be breaking away now to play some music for you. Yeah, it's just... I've done 5-hour shows before, but without the breaks, it's tough. Sarah's definitely, it hopes she enjoys her time away. That's great. Do it with a smile.
Oh, yeah. Said it all with a smile. The way you offer. Could have been talking Kierkegaard, Galileo's daughter, man on Mars, but I never even heard of. No, I'll not soon forget. You want to be where you came in. Said it to you right out loud.
All the music created here was done professionally by me. It sounds like gay club music, and that's why I presented it so that you would think that, you know, the show is about gay club music. Yeah. I know. I'm worried too. Russia hosts modern-day triumph parade, but laden with ISIS trophies tours the country. Wow, that's weird. Russia is touring trophies of ISIS capture.
Россия отправился в путешествие поезд с трофеями. Жителям страны покажут оружие, которое было отбито у террористов в Сирии. Состав из 18 вагонов побывает в 60 городах от Петербурга до Владивостока. Экспозицию изучила моя коллега Арзы Хаси.
My colleague, there are 20 cars in this train. The military placed the captured weapons on 9 flat cars. The military equipment was captured from terrorists in Syria and is now at the Victory exhibition. Now, these are just exhibits. Not long ago, they were real weapons. With the daily task of taking lives. Now you can tell the equipment was recently operational only by its appearance. Some of them are scuffed, some have armor-piercing shell holes. Now even the air smells of black oil, but most importantly, they don't have chance of shooting anymore. Welcome to Soviet-style controlled mind control propaganda tool of ex-Soviet Union. Yes. They trump up their ability to combat terrorism by claiming that they are doing this, and their people believe it. You see, the Russians are very good at Soviet-style lies. That's why they set up the recent meeting of Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump in Hanoi. Foreign Minister Lavrov now working for America to pretend like everything's going hunky-dory, as you Americans say, with Kim Jong-un, known mass murderer. So we got a president that believes Kim Jong-un doesn't have any nuclear weapons, but that he's willing to accept that Michael Pompeo, our Secretary of State, believes that they are armed up with nukes. So Trump contradicted himself last week when he said they didn't have nuclear weapons. Now he says they do, and we want to get rid of them. But he doesn't have a plan on the books to get rid of nuclear weapons. So it's a complete joke, this meeting in Hanoi. It's all about Trump wanting to pitch himself.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just wondering how long this BS story is going to last. I'll show the pedo game show host a little bit later. Thanks. Yeah, Biden should host the pedo show. Yeah. Boy, I wish I had that link. That was a good one. Twitter had a Biden thing. Let's see if it still exists. Yeah. There it is. We know that Biden has some really weird stories about him. He's considering the presidential run in 2020, but these pictures are going to dog him well into the future. I mean, just look at some of these things that I'm going to show you for a second. He's grabbing this girl on her chest. She's like walking away from him. Look at this. And he's like inching forward. Oh, God, it's just so disgusting. Can you see that? Let's close in on it. He's like, look at how he's grabbing closer to her top there. It's like he's inching in. It's like a predator grabbing more and more. And that's going to dog him. And also the tape he made where he said to a 13-year-old girl, do you know how horny it makes him feel? Oh, that guy can't possibly run. If he runs, you might as well throw Michelle Obama in the mix and have her do her little transgender dance. Because we all know she's a tranny. It's unfortunate we have a tranny for a president or for a first lady. Yeah, if she were to ever become president, it'd be a tragedy. But you know, stranger things have happened. I haven't played this video in a long time because I was asked not to, but it's so fun. You know, here's Joan Rivers, the late comedian, explaining that Donald Trump, or rather, that Barack Obama is gay and married to a transgender.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Okay, so if that is indeed a picture of a moving body part, we're going to have to assume that there's something in that picture that is indeed fleshy and So tell me Michelle doesn't have a penis while you're watching this, please. Just tell me that Michelle does not have a penis. That's great. All right, thank you. You Democrats put us in this situation. It's bigger than a baby's arm, yeah. Hey, there's a bad story in the works here. We want to show you it. Yeah, I watched the chat on Periscope, dude. Yes. Okay. This is a shocker, as though it couldn't get any weirder. Catholic Church claims that raping children is religious freedom for pedophile priests. Another case of rape from a Catholic priest has surfaced in a depraved and disturbing statement by the Archdiocese of Milwaukee. A high-ranking cleric from the Catholic Church, he claimed that pedophilia is granted by God for priests. The vile comment was made by Cardinal Timothy Dolan after being found to have transferred church finances into a trust to keep them from being sued for clergy child abuse. So he's got a trust fund for anybody who abuses a child. They kept $55 million in church funds from lawsuits started by victims of priestly sexual abuse. Unbelievable.
When a man is ordained a priest, he is changed ontologically. He is made a different brand of human being. A little less than the angels.
Wow. They want to justify molestation as being godly. Can you believe this? I mean, this is a Vatican that worships Satan, okay? And if you think that this isn't happening, then you must consciously wonder, what kind of a person are you? Maybe you have conscience. Maybe you have a conscience that may ring true someday. I don't know. Okay, we're taking off our guest chat ability here. I think a lot of us are shocked that we can't do anything. That we're living in this world of BS and cover-ups. And we just showed a couple of ladies, Diamond and Silk, who are now sucking up to Donald Trump because they get YouTube hits. And they're two black women that dispute that Donald Trump is a racist. They've got on record since the beginning.
It's the same old, and there's no solution to it.
Well, ladies, do you agree with Ben Shapiro, who was at CPAC yesterday, who said the era of PC, political correctness, is over?
I do agree with that. Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, then you're a couple of AdSense. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah. And I think that's politically incorrect to say, but I'll say it anyway. Well, you know, if you sit back and do nothing, good men sit back and do nothing, evil persists. So at least we're talking about it. Nope, that's not true. Trump claimed that Putin assured him that nuclear missiles don't exist in North Korea. Well, if I have it wrong, then That's fine. Either way, Trump was taking Putin's opinion over our own intelligence community. That's what happened. Yeah, let's take a look at that article. I believe Putin. Japan Times. I believe Putin. Trump dismissed U.S. intelligence on North Korean missile threat. Ex-top FBI official claims. As North Korea ramped up its nuclear program, building missiles the most experts agree could hit the United States, Trump told officials that Russian leader Putin had reassured him that Pyongyang did not possess such weapons. A claim Trump believed, according to the firing of former FBI chief. So you're wrong. He believed, Putin said, that they had no weapons. So you're going to, can take that to the bank. Japan Times has it. Don't try to dispute me. I check and vet all of my information. You just can't believe. No, read it closely and get back to me. I'm going to mute you for a while. Jeez, what an idiot. Many of you Trump-tards can't believe how stupid Trump is. You're like having a crisis of thought. Oh, I can't believe I voted for him. Yeah, you're brain dead. I'm just here to tell you that you really are. You're brain dead. It's not your fault that you're so stupid. You just are. I cannot believe that pedophile is trying to justify. And they're going to do a documentary on this, but gosh, this is from 2012. It's an old documentary. They believe that at the Vatican for some time, that Putin has the ability, that the Vatican priests have the ability to molest children because God gave them that ability. Wow. According to the Pakistan reports, India's shelling has killed civilians in Kashmir. 4 civilians have died, according to the Pakistani officials. India must see a posed threat here. They must be concerned. I notice how quiet chat gets when you realize nuclear war and World War III is coming sooner than later. Thanks to your stupid move to put Trump in charge of our leadership here. Yeah. Well, you called it. You get to pay the price, I guess. All right, we're done with that. Okay, Chris Cornell's wife is imploring Congress to do something about the opioid crisis. And yeah, and she doesn't realize her husband was killed. She still believes that he committed suicide. Well, many people do. I mean, the FBI report is that Chris Cornell killed himself. But I don't really see how that's possible, considering the person who broke down the door was his bodyguard who overpowered the door. I mean, he could have easily overpowered him. But his addiction to opioids, we don't even know if it's true. We don't even know exactly if that's true. Chris Cornell was approached by his wife before he died, and she said, "Are you on drugs?" And he got very defensive. And then she was monitoring him, and he apparently got very defensive on the phone, and then he kills himself. I don't know. It just seems so out of whack, considering he had 9 broken ribs, a contusion in his eye, which indicates a struggle of 9 minutes, a rubber band around his neck, but nowhere to tie it onto, and blood, which is highly unlikely in a situation where a person is involved in a hanging. You rarely see blood from a hanging. I'm not sure what happened to the chat. Did we kick everybody out of the show? Wow. What happened to Vaughn? It just disappeared? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to clear chat. That's weird. Like they shut us down or something. Let me see how many people I have at Vaughn right now. 73 viewers at Vaughn, and nobody's chatting. Of course, only a couple people are allowed in. Mark has 73 people watching, but nobody's allowed to chat. You see what I mean about censorship? Look at that. Huh. Unbelievable. Video shows alleged drunk driver going out of control and onto a sidewalk in Jersey City. You're Jersey here. I'm walking here. I'm walking here. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Big lag, yeah. I have a feeling slow mode is on. There's some sort of there's something happening here. I don't know. Okay, let's take a look here and go from, we're bringing in the news from the internet. Okay, an all-PS budget proposal with major cuts kept secret from the public passes. No, that wasn't the... Okay, here's the video, alleged video of a drunk driver. Wow, he's driving through in New Jersey, out of control and onto the sidewalk in Jersey. Yeah, that's not an average day in Jersey. Wow, look at that, wow. Boom. Boom. Wow, that guy nearly got hit. Jeez. Man. That's crazy. That's crazy driving. Now, the GOP is not happy with the fact that Trump declared an emergency and they can't justify it. We showed you Mitch McConnell and whatever he had to say. GOP unloads border angst on Pence. Senate Republicans expressed deep skepticism about Trump's emergency declaration at a closed-door meeting with the vice president. They're trying to get Pence to realize we don't want a border wall. We don't want anything. Pence faced a wall of resistance from the Senate Republicans on Tuesday as he tried to sell Trump's national emergency declaration on the southern border, according to multiple GOP sources. The pointed reception at the GOP launch raised further doubts among Senate Republicans that the administration will be able to hold down defections on the crucial vote to block the president in the coming weeks. Yeah, so a lot of people the Republicans are just saying, no, we can't justify an emergency here. So Trump went around it the wrong way. He didn't listen to my recommendations. Bummer. If you're worried about the future of the world and you're concerned about this 5G network, you have just cause to be concerned. We've got a zealot promoting it here. Our FCC chairman, Tom Wheeler, is an absolute zealot, and he's off the grid with his desire to push the 5G network on all of us.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important because it means that U.S. companies
need to make money on your health. Yeah. Okay, so the U.S. military is ramping up their approach. They've got the ultimate in fighting force capability here. What are your thoughts? Somebody had sloped armor with a low budget. YPG Eagle had technical on display after an Army 2018 exhibit 8th of October near Moscow. Okay. Huh. I'm not sure why they would do that, allow this to go into Moscow. But I guess they're just looking for a ramp-up war. I don't know. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Forcing us all to do this. And of course, we'll feature a lot of these stories tonight in depth, like the migrant children that are being shipped and put in sexually, compromising situations.
When you look at this big picture, why did the House Judiciary Committee initially request these documents in the first place?
Sure. Well, we requested all of the documents related to the zero tolerance policy that caused the administration to take kids away from their parents. And this was an issue. The Obama administration issued a rule 5 years ago to detect and address sexual abuse in detention facilities.
Well, why are you so happy? Yeah, he's just so happy about that, isn't it? Look at it.
To detect and address sexual abuse in detention facilities.
Yeah, but it didn't work, did it? Obama didn't stop it. Trump didn't stop it. You see what's going on is they just want to exploit children. And that's really at the root of behind all of this. That's why a lot of these missing children are not a big deal for Trump, because he's obviously connected to some ring of sexual exploiters, of children, child traffickers or something. That's my guess. Yeah, Europe can't access that link. Well, that's not his fault. And if you're wondering if Bernie Sanders is corrupt, yeah. According to ex-Clinton staffers, they slammed Sanders over private jet flights. He's been making all kinds of these private jet flights. He loves it. He loves basking in the Hillary shadow. Well, great. Ted Cruz is trying to get term limits. That's a good sign. Thanks. Ted Cruz is always, thinking. It's a good thing that he's out there, because at least we have somebody with a brain. Term limits would be great. If the Republicans could generate term limits, that would be the best thing they could possibly do. There's limits to why you cannot talk to people in the world outside of your loop. Yeah, they're trying to limit access to information. That's why Trump calls everything fake news, to shut down your mind so you don't think. It's all fake news, it's all fake, everything's fake. You can't think about anything because it's all fake. So, well, I thought the internet was going to be able to get past that, but they've got some pretty good ways of stopping the internet. Yeah. Look at how they corralled me onto this site, Vaughn, in which hardly anybody can chat, but I've got 74 viewers watching. Oh, Ted Cruz introduced a bill that would kick into effect after being passed, so technically Cruz could still run for 2 more terms. Ha! Amazing. Well, he beat Beto O'Rourke. It wasn't that hard to beat that guy, because Beto is like not too bright. Yeah, he's kind of an airhead. He wants us to get rid of the fence we have. That's how much of an airhead he is. Can you imagine wanting to get rid of the fence we have? It's absurd. But that's the kind of mindset these people have, which kind of sucks. Okay, let's play some music, because we got to make it through another 50 minutes here. I don't know how I'm able to pull this off. It's amazing. Yeah. I guess this is what I get for being so diligent. Forced to do this with no breaks. Yeah. Heavy duty, man. Let's take a look. Hey, it was my choice to extend the show past 2 years, so it's on me. I can't blame anyone else for it. It's just ridiculous to assume that anyone would give me a break on a daily basis, because many people would just say, "This is ridiculous, Dave. You don't get enough donations. You can't keep this up." That's an intelligent thought, right? Well, if we're censored, no, we can't get donations because we're limited by the access.
to create a very strong platform in which you propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. And less war. Cleaner environment and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. And less war. And less war. And less war. And less war.
Okay, so with me is Robert Deutsch, and what would you like to talk about? There's so many different areas.
Yeah, I'll just let it roll.
Okay.
What comes up first? Chemtrails. Boy, don't chem bombs suck. Doesn't this geoengineering have to end? How many years more am I going to have to wear this shirt? Conditions I've seen actually off of your coast has been horrendous, matching up the imagery on the ground. This last week in the Carolinas is some of the worst spraying I've ever seen. And of course I go on there and I get upset. And I watch them making these storms and moving the moisture around in the cold air, and I'm watching people dying on the streets of Chicago, freezing to death. These homeless veterans that we should be taking care of are being treated with such disdain, and there's people looking out of windows at it happen and not inviting them into their houses. You know, the heinousness in this world and coldness toward each other's got to end, and our oppressors need to stop spraying us like bugs. They just do. Oh.
Yeah. So what's the last conference, or when was the last talk that you gave?
It's been a while since I gave an actual sit-down talk. I'm doing most of my stuff with videos now and podcasts. I did one with Gerard Hay over somewhere in the United States last night. I didn't finish till about 10 at night. Hell, it was wonderful talking with him. He's a brilliant mind. Really is. That was about an hour and a half. I did another one in the morning because I do a lot of live video chats now. It doesn't violate visas for work permits and stuff like that. Because I travel all around the world, I have to be very conscious of the laws of the country I'm in.
Cool.
Even here now, I'm in Turkey right now. Beautiful country, wonderful people. I travel freely. I could come home anytime I wanted. I see these trains full of, you know, tanks, and I see a wall being built, and I see FEMA camps, and I go, what could possibly go wrong with that? And I fear going home because of my own government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it is a fear thing, you know. And I see how they lock down activists. They locked that guy on the West Coast by throwing some powder on one of his signs and trying to say he was chemically attacking people, and it's just so wrong. So yeah, I can come anytime I want. It's just really a matter of money. I'll come to the conference anytime and dine again. Let everybody prove to come, and let me show you the guilt from today. Just here's backing up what everybody just said. Look what's going on. This proposed experiment has been an indecent proposal going on for a very long time, and we've well documented it. And now it's being sold as needed. And well, it's not needed. It needs to stop, don't it?
Right.
And, oh, this 5G. Oh my. Little millimeter beams, folks. Bzz. Free radical creations in our body. The mutagenics isn't studied. It rolled out in Beijing, and immediately noticed increase in coughing up blood. A block list over 3,000 long.
Yeah, novice. Yeah, I have a book. My block list reads like a novel, so, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Well, you're deliberately targeted. Like I said, and that other one, they took the time to go all the way to Vancouver to bust your balls. That validates your research to me.
Well,
that'll be good. We'll research more in the evening. We run a show separate every night where we talk about the dangers of chemtrails. And, you know, she does a great job. Madison Star Moon and Robert Deutsch. Very good. Very good to people to listen to, because these people are active. They're trying to do the right thing. Whereas Tom Wheeler is just a protagonist for spreading the 5G network. I don't trust this guy at all. Nope. Well, True Blue 28 says, different issues. You tried cooking red sockeye salmon feeling weak in protein. How long to broil? It doesn't take that long. Remember, salmon you can overcook quickly. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to cook it on the grill, it's definitely like 10 minutes max. If you're baking, it's probably about 25 minutes. But that's good stuff for protein, man. Red sockeye, yeah. Thanks, Scissor Fight, for that link. Yeah, we're always looking for new stuff, and Scissor Fight's been a big link provider for so long, and I really appreciate it. We wouldn't even have a show, really, if we didn't have links from people. I mean, I could talk about things for hours, but it's just so much better when we have something to actually look at. Yeah, well, I think salmon, once you see it's not red inside, it's cooked. If you want to put it next to a 5G transmitter, you'll have that salmon piping hot in 5 minutes. Yeah. And mutating. It's just hard to believe that we've got people like Bernie Sanders, who's, you know, simply representing the New World Order, and the Jimmy Dore show actually revealed it. I think Jimmy Dore is doing a lot to reveal things on YouTube that Democrats need to wake up. Sanders is saying, you know, Maduro is violating the law by not allowing the shipments, but in reality, the shipments could be traced with explosives and armaments to rebel forces. So I agree that Maduro has every right to defend his boundaries.
You know, the guy who started a genocide, did a genocide. You know who I'm talking about, Bernie? So you don't fucking know any of this stuff, Bernie? Does Bernie really not know this? Does his advisors really not know this? Or is this the Faustian bargain they've made for Bernie being able to talk about the minimum wage and Medicare for all?
Yeah, it is a Faustian bargain. Good point. It's like Bernie's doing a trade-off like he did with Clinton. I don't want to talk about Benghazi, Hillary. I don't want to talk about... The only thing he could have talked about, which would have given him the win in 2016 race, was Benghazi. I mean, she's almost impervious to anyone questioning her on any level in the Democratic Party. So we'll be playing you some 7 minutes of the Jimmy Dore show tonight, talking about Bernie and how he's supporting the New World Order. We talked about Colorado moving to bypass the Electoral College to stop assigned electoral votes to popular vote winners. States can do that. States can assign any way they want their electoral voters. So popular vote in the state would give them electoral votes, and that's what they're doing. I like that idea. Okay, we got a link from Just Shipped My Pants. You shipped your pants? Where did you ship them? You shipped them somewhere, huh? It's getting better. The show is getting a little dull there, but I had a momentary break, and it helped a lot. Venmo suspends child who had hot chocolate stand to raise money for Trump's wall. Say they're keeping the $15,000 until he turns 18. Can you imagine? Venmo, a 7-year-old boy from Texas who had made a hot chocolate stand to raise money for Trump's wall, has now had the $15,000 he raised seized by Venmo. Wow. The parents of Benton Stevens had helped him set up a hot chocolate stand in a strip mall earlier this month with a large sign that said the proceeds would go to help build the wall of the southern border. In about an hour, the young activist had raised $221 before people complained to the owner of the store where he had set up his stand, and they made him take it down. The liberals complained that his hot chocolate was a scam, and yeah. So the stand promptly went viral, and the family set up a Venmo account that people who were moved and wanted to contribute could do so. But Venmo says the kid can't take that money until he's 18. Well, at least he can keep that money. It's not like it's going to earn any interest in the bank anyway, right? Yeah, they're going to give it back with interest. I don't think $15,000 will get you more than a $5 bill in interest. Oh, the big, huge investors in Wall Street average 6 to 12% in their returns. But we, the lowly goyim, we get 0.05% in our bank accounts. We get nothing. That's why I stopped investing. I said, this is ridiculous. Why invest? Why not just draw from savings, When you invest, you got to report your earnings. If you just draw from savings, you don't have to report diddly squat. Well, you could report diddly squat, especially if you're making money on diddly squat. Whatever that means. Hey, we got something else going on here.
I'm regulating you. I'm regulating you right now. My name is Amanda Bays, and I am putting you on notice, and I am regulating you to tell you that I do not consent, Amanda Danielle Bays does not consent to having fluoride in my tap water.
I don't either. Thank you. And this is Madison Sarmoon yet again. Pissed off. I love the fact that she's doing this, too. She's just really out there. I love it. A test on fluoride showed that conclusively over 50,000 pregnant women that levels correlate to bad IQ in children. There you have it. If your mom was drinking lots of fluoride drinks, even tap water in soda drinks, and juice cocktail has tap water in it, beer has tap water in it, that would explain why people have reductions in their IQ. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I remember that. That was good. Thanks for that link too on fluoride. Yeah, see, these add to our show. When I first started this was a 6 to 8 show. It was a 2-hour show. And we were rolling along on Blog TV, and we had lots of haters and lots of trolls and lots of attacks. And I've outlasted most of the trolls. We've got a few left in the show that kind of kick in the beginning of the show, but they don't have the anywhere near the tenacity and stick-to-itiveness that I have. They're flash in the pan, kind of come in, attack the show, and then leave. I'm here for the long haul. I'm impervious to trolls. So when we have the trolls come in now, we're way into we went from 2 hours to a 9-hour broadcast. And we've been doing it sustainably for 8 years, and the trolls can't even begin to stop us, yet they continue to try in the early hours of our show, thinking they're going to stop it. And the people around the world who are really rich, they're pissed off because this show is so watched around the world. And it's shocking to them that they even have this problem. Why did David Sponheim become a thorn in their side? Well, they put a real liar in the White House. That's why. And there's one thing I don't like is a liar. They just look like fools too. And one thing I don't like is a liar who continuously lies daily and gets out of every single question that anyone asks them by lying, and no one calls them on it. The Democrats don't seem to have the brain power to do it. And the Republicans are afraid to lose power in our government, so they don't question them much, except now they have to question them because they look like a bunch of idiots. Of course we're not having an emergency at the southern border, Donald. And yeah, you said you wouldn't sign the national budget. You said you'd refuse if they didn't pay the $5.7 billion for his wall. And they didn't, and he still signed it, so he flip-flopped on that. Well, we're not going to stop, and you shouldn't stop. We can't stop.
We can't stop, and we won't stop.
Because we're going to keep this up, and there's no way you can stop us. Yeah. That's incredible. So this flip-flopping is getting tedious. The American people are getting tired of it. Even the Republicans are wondering, is this guy real? Is he for real? I've never seen anybody act like a total liar all the time like this guy's doing. He could tell you, oh, I really like the way you look, and then say, he looks like a slut, total scumbag, probably hasn't had sex with himself for 50 years. It's like out of one side of his mouth, he'll say one thing, and out of the other, he'll say something else. That's how liars are. So we've been apparently a little bit innocent and naive, thinking that this guy's telling you the truth. Yeah, it's my fence idea. The 1,000-mile fence idea is right here, folks. It's not going to take more than $1 billion. Now, instead of putting our money into the 5G network and all these massive electronics, ridiculous, look at the copper that's going into this stuff. You could definitely fry an entire population, and basically you will become the microwaved egg that blows up. They've already used this technology on the people of Paradise, California, in my opinion, and I believe that we are all susceptible to what they're doing. Instead of building the 5G network, let's build the $1 billion container fence. It's ridiculous for us to throw money around left and right when we simply need a barrier to guard our nation against an oncoming population problem. Nothing personal, but I mean, people who like to replicate and have multiple kids are coming here. It's not that we dislike Mexican people. It's just that we can't absorb you and give you a wonderful life. 1,000-mile container fence for $1 billion. I did the numbers. It adds up. And the best thing about these containers is we can build them into anything. We can make them, gosh, one person said, why not turn them into a dumpster for recycled waste? And I thought, that's not a bad idea. We could just open up the tops and turn them all into denitrifying waste material, sewage, yeah. And then we put a cap on each one and generate methane. And who would want to go through one of those things? You pop open the side and the sewage would just spill out at you. You know, there's a problem when President Nieto was insulted by Trump, saying they had to pay for the wall. You know what he did? Yeah, we thought these could make great container homes. Yeah, you're right. And absolutely, free for guards at the border. Absolutely. Another great idea. They can be concession stands selling tacos to the illegals that are outside there, trying to, get in. They got to eat, right? They probably have a few pesos. Maybe 30 pesos for one taco. I don't know. You tell me, Mom. But the possibilities are enormous. Now, do I want to turn them into sewage control centers? No. When President Nieto was so offended, he opened up the sewage canal in Tijuana and sent it right into the Pacific Ocean. And you know something? I don't blame him one bit. Trump was an idiot for asking Nieto to pay for the wall. And now President Obrador is looking at this as ridiculous. I doubt he has any plans to do other than appease Donald in spirit. And they did get $10 billion in investment capital, so it's not like they didn't get anything. That's a lot of money. We gave $10.8 billion combined total to Mexico and Honduras and El Salvador. So this investment capital is probably going to help their economy. So it's probably, they're playing politics very well, and I think for a good reason. They have to build their economy too, so that people want to stay in Mexico and not come up here. But the 1,000-mile container fence will truly be a solution, which I think will save this country a tremendous amount of money and ultimately get the job done. Now the sides could be slicked down and we could definitely turn them into greased areas. This is about a 15-foot greased wall you can't climb up. If you throw a hook over it and you try to grapple up and you go up with your feet onto the slick, you can't gain traction because we can cover this with hydrophobic material. Oh, gracias, Johnny Sacco. Oh, is this good, man? You know, I grew up around the Mexican people. I don't speak any Spanish, though. I just talk like Spanish people. They have the TJ River flood sewage in our city. Oh yeah, every rainy day. See, San Diego gets that flood from the Tijuana River. It kind of soups back and go, oh, he smells good there. Have you ever thought of free homes for the homeless? I think this would be perfect. I did the totals. I thought we could put 40 people in each container. in terms of bunk beds. I was pricing this out. I saw bunk beds that they make for Walmart sells them. Coleman makes them. And there's stackable bunk beds that could go in here. I believe that we cut a door in each one of these things. You know, a nice door. And keep the thing open. Don't make it so they can close it. Because if you close the door, people will feel trapped. I think just leave an open area and then let them put blankets over it, you know, for heat. So that nobody ever sees a closed door out there. It shouldn't have any door. Just cut it right open. Block it out. And then in the back, you know, a complete bunk bed scenario in each one of these. And they could even have some seating in the front with a little kitchenette. Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of things we can do with this. But Coleman makes a bunk bed that is very, very impressive. These things can pop right out and good to go. You imagine the military buying these, you know. The disco bed. Hey. Disco bed. Anyway, that's the idea. I hear she's going, "Where's mommy?" My little cat's going, "Where's Sarah?" She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Sarah's normally home right now. She's going, "Where's mommy?" She's out having fun with her friends. I know. Isn't this sad? Poor Amber. Well, we've also got the heater on in the other room, so I'm gonna have to take care of that. So this is the wall idea, and yeah, I think we can do it. Trying to clear my slate here. Nancy Pelosi has spoken today, but she didn't really say anything. Well, isn't that true about Nancy Pelosi? She hardly ever says anything that really means anything.
You cannot let him undermine the strength of your pledge to protect and defend the Constitution. The question is, what do you think about yourself, your Congress, your conscience, your oath of office?
Well, for one, you shouldn't have $120 million in your personal asset net worth, Nancy. Congress shouldn't allow people to pad their pockets by being Congress members. And for you to represent the entire Democratic Party, Nancy, and their domination over the House, indicates to me that something's wrong with our system. That they would erect this obstacle, this obviously nearly deranged old woman, to be the leader and speaker of their entire movement. A movement that's been nothing but corrupt, sucking up to corporations, limousine liberals like John Kerry, patting their pocket with inside trader deals that got her $120 million in net worth. I speak to the Constitution that says we have the right to freely call you whatever. We could call you a white bitch, and you can't stop us, because we have freedom of speech. And you Democrats are trying to take it away from us. So Nancy, if I adhere to the Constitution, I would tell you you're un-American by stopping the Second Amendment or the First Amendment ever with your efforts. Thank you. And now back to you in the studio. Yeah, the third most powerful Vatican official in the world has been found guilty of rape. Cardinal Pell, Australia's most senior Catholic official, has been found guilty of child sexual abuse in a Melbourne trial. The verdict was delivered December 11th, but subject to a suppression under order till now. So Pell, the Vatican's treasurer, was found guilty of sexually penetrating a child under the age of 16, along with 4 charges of an indecent act with a child under the age of 16. He had two 13-year-old choir boys after Sunday solemn mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral and sexually assaulted them. Wow. Well, one less corrupt cardinal. Finally, they're doing something to police their problems over there in Australia. But is the Pope doing enough? Or did he wait too long? His support in the Catholic Church is waning. Yes, I look at this. Yes, I saw CBS News. Okay. Let's take a look now. All right. CBS News. Oh, yeah. See more doc about the reporting details harsh conditions for immigrants held in California detention centers. A review of civil detention facilities in California found immigrant detainees are subject to prolonged confinement and lack access to mental and medical care, according to a report by the State Attorney General, Xavier Becerra. Facilities in California have housed some 74,000 immigration detainees from 150 countries between the ages of 13 to 95 over the past 3 years. Imagine being 95 and having to make the trip into America. I would probably just say, nah, I'm going to stay here. I don't want to go to America. I want to live in America. At a press conference in San Francisco on Tuesday, Becerra characterized his department's review as a first glimpse into the 10 California-based facilities, which are operated by the federal government in partnership with local governments and private contractors for those detained by. So we're dealing with people who could be human trafficking these children and making money on the side. That's how screwed up this is. Can you imagine our government's profiting or not profiting from contracted workers who are selling these children off to slavery? I mean, you can only imagine how sick this is. I know that the Backyard Brawl Gang has been down there in Arizona trying to intercept these people, and they haven't been able to do it. They're still looking for solid evidence of the traffickers, but they're moving quick, and they constantly make these open border moves, and they have rape camps where they rape children. And there's effort among, people like the Minutemen to guard the border, but frankly, there's not a lot of support from law enforcement like in Tucson. Tucson's run by Mayor Rothschild. He's actually a Rothschild, and he runs a border area where a lot of trafficking is going on, which is really weird.
Hi.
Hey, this is Kitboga. Kitboga is a man who intercepts chat scammers online. His show is very popular on Twitch network. Many of you people like to see this because many people like to see people who don't like to be scammed by people. So Kitboga is doing his best effort to stop scammers on the internet. Yes, in Tucson. That's right. He just can't do me. Do me. Do me, do me, do me. He, do me, do me. Yes, Mr. Kitboga. He's a very funny guy. I like this show very much. I play it many times in the evening when I do videos. Thank you for watching special edition of Moscow, USA Kim Jong-un meeting put together by Mr. Vladimir Putin. Do I agree? No, Trump is not. Oh, we got the trolls coming back again. They're off and running. The trolls have returned for a late night dip into our show. Yes, maybe I put on shades like this guy. Now I have very cool shades. Yes. Yes, you like my container fence. It is going to be good. I can build it for under $1 billion. No, don't come in here and talk about Trump. You're not allowed in the show. You're that stupid. You still believe him. I'm telling you, the guy is a liar. Yes. He didn't deliver on the fence, dude. Yeah, he fell short. He hasn't delivered on the fence. And he's not using the right rhetoric to compel the Democrats. The Democrats have something that they need out of the fence. We could say, hey, turn this into like like an ecotourism location where you can own a tiny house and everyone will be cool and you can interact with many of the immigrant families. If we sold this as a place to interact with immigrant families, we could easily make these little centers, where Democrats could have an ecotourism thing. You go through the side door. Hola, how can we help you? We would love to have you come into our country, but as you know, the Republicans are not being very nice and giving you freebies. Well, actually, Trump is giving them free food. Trump still is giving illegal aliens food stamps. It's kind of weird. I don't even know if he realizes that. I don't know. I don't know if all the old people are coming. I think a lot of young people are tuning into reality. This independent idea of a third party is really winning some young people over. We've got people right now on the show who are 19, 20 years old. And we've been catering to those people ever since we started our show on Blog TV. See how clean those are? They're not that clean. Thank you for coming into the show. Some people think I am a robot. That is ridiculous. I sound just like a human. Where have all the old people gone? It may come down to the most of the population, 65% of the population will be over 65 in about 6 to 5 years. So I think you better accept the fact that we're getting older and you can't do anything to stop it. Yeah, the whole country is still dominated by old people. And in fact, if we stop replicating, most of us will be old and then all of a sudden the population will drop dramatically. It's very possible that, the prophecy of the Georgia Guidestones, which is out in Georgia, somebody said their estimated net plan is to create a world population of 500 million from the current 7.5 billion. It's possible that they're already working on that. Their long-term plan might be just to completely sterilize the population. And perhaps that's why they put genetically modified food out there that could veritably cause sterility. There's genetically modified corn, which is very popular. It's one of the basic food items in our food chain. And most people are eating GMO corn. And studies have shown that GMO corn will actually limit your ability to reproduce. Yeah. So maybe that's what they were trying to put together. Maybe it's just they're waiting for us to all die off. That's possible. Because epicite is exactly that. It's a contraceptive corn.
For one example of many.
Now, I can't play this because this woman monetized me last time, but epicite is a type of chromosome DNA alteration in the corn molecule. And epicite is one of the reasons it's been genetically bred to have more epicite, which is a cause of sterility in laboratory studies. So if they're using epicite in genetically modified corn in almost everything, especially corn syrup, which is in sugar or sugar water, they're essentially just going to kill off the population that way. That's probably the nicest way to do it, as opposed to, what Hitler did. Because that whole thing was so messy with all those death camps and concentration camps and everybody dying and the mass graves, Maybe it's just a gradual transition. Maybe they're just looking at a 30, 40-year projection. I'm not having kids. Sarah and I aren't having kids. I don't want kids. It's scary. Just the idea that you people who are having kids are doing it is amazing. It really is. Hats off to you. Whether you did it because you didn't use protection or whether it's just something you planned because you really want to have children, I think it's great. But for most of my projections, having a child, I don't want my child to be autistic or have ADHD, and they're saying 85% will by 2030. You're going to have to upgrade just to stay online. Your version of XBX664, it can't be infected. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll find a way out. Have you tried Linux? I have remapped my emulator to conduct most of my internet work through Linux, with a subdivision dedicated to the web. Actually, I've never applied Linux to the show. I think you could try Mint. They say that's a pretty cool type of Linux system. But I've never gotten off the jumped off the Windows hub. Windows XP 64-bit is easier to hack than a fully patched 32-bit version. Yeah. Well, anybody who's using Windows XP has got to be really dated. They don't even, Mint is okay. They don't even give a support for Windows XP or Windows 98. And I'm wondering why, in that they built those platforms, they charge for those platforms, and they didn't even have the ability to guarantee safety in those platforms because of all the back hacks and backdoors and the rump riders on the troll networks that are attacking, XP systems and Windows 98 systems are probably, Oh, David Icke is banned for Australia? Really? Wow. Well, I mean, he's pitching some pretty weird stuff. This idea of reptilians, I mean, I can't get around it. I can't wrap my head around anything truthful about reptilians. I can see how someone could say that the human being is by nature reptilian, in that its vernal cortex was devised by the same anthropod development of the reptile. You could go back in the food chain or back in the evolutionary chain and realize that, sure, I mean, you could look at the medulla oblongata and say, yes, that's built like a snake. A gangliated snake. I mean, who cares? We evolved. Deal with it. I mean, claiming that we're all reptilians is bizarre. It makes me think that they're trying to debase some of the key things, because oftentimes you'll see truthful stories that are brought up about chemtrails mixed with reptilian discussions. You'll see these, and these websites are actually run and operated by the U.S. government out of the Allied Signal Corps. Like my whole third eye thing. I mean, you clearly know I don't have a third eye, but it looks kind of cool on camera. Oh, you're drunk? Well, let's talk about it, buddy. I don't drink. I think if you drink, you're going to alter your consciousness and screw your life up fast. No, I really believe that drinking leads to mistakes. People get in drunk driving accidents all the time. Arch versus Linux Mint. Well, it would be good to find out more. Okay, well, why don't we just talk about that? Arch allows users to design their own distro with only the packages and software they'd want. So how do these two distros compare? There's similarities and differences. Linux Mint is based on Ubuntu, which is also based on Debian. It builds in the Ubuntu distro, providing a modern, elegant, and powerful distro that's also easy to use. Arch, on the other hand, is an independent distro that relies on its own build system and repositories. Arch aims to provide a lightweight and flexible Linux distro that tries to keep it simple. I'm still liking Mint more. Yeah. My distro is not as distroing as my old distro. Disco with the distro. All right, I guess that's the size of that. Okay.
Wir sind bei strahlend blauem Himmel losgefahren, haben uns gefreut.
Yeah, well, look at the chemtrails over this Denmark area. The people of Denmark are also experiencing chemtrails. Yeah, oopsie doopsie. Hold yourself around it. Yeah, look at the chemtrails. It is coming.
Das wollte ich einfach wirklich mal mehr.
Ja.
veröffentlichen.
Danke. Ausflug da ganz anders ausging als geplant. Kennt ihr unser Auf... 1, 6, 2, 3 und nein. You know, I think we are...
Der Wald.
Ja.
Ich bin der Wald, ich werde...
Ich bin der Wald.
Ich hege den Dachs.
There's the translate button. This is German. Yeah, I do not understand the German as much as the Dutch. An ex-highway drugs officer said it was the careful driving of stoners that gave them away. Whoa. Look at this. Yeah, try not to be too good of a driver. Yeah. An ex-highway drugs officer said it was the careful driving of stoners that gave them away. So how do you drive so you're not obeying the speed limit, yet obeying the speed limit? Yeah. So if you cinch up and drive too careful on the highway, they'll know you're too good of a driver. That should be illegal. Well, the fact is they don't even know what levels of THC in your bloodstream actually affect you on the highway. There's been no studies. AAA did a study on THC, and they found no significant difference in driving performance of people smoking and not smoking. Officer Barry Cooper tells us the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help him, Barry. Radiation contamination following cremation of a deceased patient treated with a radiopharmaceutical. Wow. So somebody gave this guy a PET scan and gave him some barium enema, and now he's got radiation in his body, and they don't know what to do with him. He had a 69-year-old man with a pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor was treated with a 993 microliters of intravenous lithium. Who cares? Jeez. Yeah, they shot him with radiation, and he's turned into a radiated, deceased corpse. Okay, I can deal with that. But can you deal with the illegal caravan that's still pouring over the border right now? And the Democrats are going, there's really no problem. Well, tell that to the Mexican people who are sitting here in a car driver situation and they're coming at them. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, no. Oh, man, check this out. Holy moly. Vámonos. Ándale. Get the hell out of here. You got a kid in the car. Vámonos. Ay, 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 ay. Vámonos. Ándale. Aquí. Ándale. Ok. ¿Qué pasó?
No te muevas porque te vas a cortar. No se muevan, no se muevan. Hay mucho vidrio, no se muevan. No se muevan.
No podemos.
No se muevan, hay mucho vidrio. Te estás cortando, no te muevas así.
Those poor people. There was a live link of the people from Mexico who are trying to run away from the caravan of illegals from Honduras. You know, they don't want them there either. It's terrible. I mean, this is a bad scene. And, you know, this is all predictable based on the simple driving force of you driving high all the time. That's pretty, thanks for sharing. The simple driving force of population growth. 31% south of the border. Virtually nobody's growing their population here. I mean, families are having kids, but people are dying off at the same rate they're having kids in America. So I definitely think that the border fence is in order, folks. And I don't mind telling you that I support this idea. And I think we'll get down to the brass tacks of how we're going to make it happen. Yes, sirree, Bob. Just Do It Foundation has to kick into gear here in America. You know damn well if you leave it up to Silver Spoon Donald Trump, you won't get this fence built the way it's supposed to be built. And they'll waste their money and they'll give it to all those corporate piggies, while you people in America will not have a fence unless we use my idea, a container fence, a $1 billion project that can be done in 1 year. I hope I sold you on this incredible new idea. That's right. We could make it fruitful, yeah. Keeping busy would be good. So you think the money from the drugs paid for the narcotic squad? You know, I didn't really, Black Arch is an Arch Linux-based penetration testing distribution of penetration testers and security researchers. Some pretty powerful words there, Black Arch. Okay, we'll take a look at that later too. Maybe we should add that for our tech show. I didn't have a silver or a plastic spoon. Yes. Hello? Who is it? I can hear you, yeah. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm going to close off for a second though. Let me do that. I like to play people my... No, hang on. There we go.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure, just to make sure that it goes as far as it can on that gallon of gas. Anyway, enjoy the show. We're going to be having a show every day, Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. on Blog TV, and I'm going to be talking about issues from renewable energy to getting out of Iraq. Thanks for listening, and don't miss our show. Thanks a lot.
I just talked to Sarah. She's doing great. Yeah. She said, you know, thanks for everything, and she's doing great. She's having a fun time. Okay, so we are going to wrap it up here. We've been, obviously extending 5 hours is great. I wondered if the recent El Chapo arrest, that guy did name names of people that he supported. I don't know if we even have a list of El Chapo's people that he turned in. During his testimony, he turned in American officials who he said he was paying off. And I've yet to see that list. Hey, well, Sarah took a trip with some friends and had some fun. It is having like a celebration of her master's degree. So we'll play you one last rendition of her. Actually, I played it every night at 8 o'clock. I'll play it tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. All right, we're going to sign off here and say goodbye to the show. It's been great hanging out with everybody. I'll be in here till 2 in the morning to continue this video show, and we'll play videos that have been submitted during the show, and it'll be fun. We'll do what we can. Making centrist politics work one night at a time here at our show. Yeah, thank you. And dedicated to not stopping. You know, when you think about all the different people who've given up over the time in history, It's kind of amazing how we've been even able to function as a nation without credible contrary opinions from other political groups. But they're out there. They just don't have a voice. And we keep this voice going by doing the show. No, I don't have a caller. That was a call from Sarah. She was just telling me she had a great time and, kind of checking in. All right. Take care, everybody. We'll keep it up, and you keep it up, too. Get some sleep. 6 hours to feel normal, 8 hours to feel great. That's what I recommend. Can't stop, and we won't stop. Take care.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.